Hello, and welcome to Talking Wales Election Night Special. I'm going to be keeping an eye on what's happening across Wales and the rest of the UK. So we're seconds away from the first exit poll that gives us the first indication of how the night is going to unfold. Are we all ready and excited? I know I am. Well, it's a Labour landslide. 410 for Labour, 131 Conservatives, 61 Lib Dems, 13 for Reform. I think a lot of people were expecting Reform to do quite well tonight. The SNP looks like a very, very bad night for them, down to 10 from 48. And Plaid Cymru having a good night, according to this, taking Caerfyrddin and Ynys Môn, and the Green are up 2. Obviously, this is an exit poll, so it's not representative of so it looks like there's going to be a Labour landslide as expected. But I think it's going to be interesting tonight is how many people, how many seats are going to be changing hands on local level. So from a Wales perspective, Labour was expecting to do very well, with the Conservatives potentially losing all their seats, but it'll be interesting to see how they fare in those 2 mid-Wales seats. Remember as well, Wales were down from 40 to 32 seats following the reorganisation of the boundaries. So our representation in Wales has gone down. That boundary changes impacted Plaid Cymru more than any other party, with them potentially losing 2 of their traditional strongholds. So remember, if you're watching us on Facebook, on LinkedIn, YouTube, X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, please leave a comment because we want to hear what you're saying about the election. So the majority, 326 is the magic number for a majority. So Labour are going to smash that with 410. 410 out of 650 seats. Conservatives will remain will become the official opposition, with Lib Dems coming in 3rd. But there's potential here for Reform to become the 4th largest party ahead of the SNP. But remember, it's an exit poll, so it's not scientifically accurate. You could find that because of the size of the sample in Wales and Scotland, it's likely there's going to be sort of some differences there because of the data points that are available. But it looks like we're going to have Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister. So Keir Starmer in Westminster, Labour government at both ends of the M4. So how are you all feeling about that? It'll be interesting to see. So as you can imagine, it's going to be a long night. So I'll be dipping in and out on the broadcast tonight, but please leave your comments. It's quite a strange feeling, this. I feel like one of those football pundits. You've seen the clips of people watching a football match and having nervous breakdowns when their team concede a goal at the last minute. But it's going to be the Wales votes that we're going to be focusing on. So remember, if you're out and about, if you're hearing anything on the grapevine, have you got friends or contacts at any of the counts in Wales? Drop us a message in the comments. But yeah, it's going to be quite an exciting night. So I'm just looking now. So Chris Mason is posting now about the numbers. So remember, it's 27 years since Labour won a general election from opposition, and it's 19 years since they won a general election full stop. So as you know, we have had Keir Starmer telling us that he's changed the Labour Party, and that he is going to, as a Prime Minister, is going to have 6 priorities. Cut the NHS waiting lists, GB, I was going to say GB News then, set up GB Energy, stop the votes, of course. But it's quite interesting. A lot of people are thinking and questioning, where are the big ideas, the big policy ideas. So it'll be interesting to see the details when Labour, as it looks very, very likely, take office in the morning. But so we're hoping, I think it's Sunderland usually who try to get the notorious for getting the results in first. And I remember, if I recall, Sunderland was the first to announce the Brexit results when they showed that I think it must have been over 60% had voted to leave the EU in Sunderland. And obviously it was a big part of the red wall that helped the Conservatives into power last time. So it looks like from the exit poll that Sarah Atherton in Wrexham has lost a seat. That's going back to Labour. I don't think there's any big surprise there. She has sort of, as an MP, she's courted quite a bit of controversy locally. She hasn't really been popular. Yeah, so Sir John Curtis has popped up now. It's interesting to see that they're likely to have a smaller share of the vote in this election than former leader Jeremy Corbyn secured in 2017. So it's suggesting potentially that Keir Starmer will have a massive majority on a smaller share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn. But it looks like the collapse of the Conservative vote, in particular with Reform taking many of those votes, responsible for a fall in those numbers. And I think it raises a question about the electoral system in general, that you can, gain such a huge majority potentially with fewer than 40% of the vote. And it looks like from the exit poll, it's worth remembering that 1 in 3 people in the UK, not necessarily in Wales and Scotland, but in the UK, are willing to vote Conservative or Reform, so voting for right-wing parties. But considering what's happened in France recently, it would suggest that we're not having the right-wing surge as we've seen in other parts of Europe. But I'm really interested in hearing what you think. I can't recall a general election campaign where there's been such a level of antipathy for a potential change of government. I think there's obviously a lot of anger towards the Conservative Party and their record, especially in more recent times. But I haven't been sensing a lot of enthusiasm for Keir Starmer as an individual. I think there's enthusiasm for change, which is obviously the line that Starmer's been running with. So it'll be fascinating to see how the results unfold. I think it's going to be interesting to see in England how the Green Party do, because obviously potentially there you've got picking up, holding on to the seat in Brighton. They were hopeful of picking up a seat in Bristol, which would be potentially a shock for Labour during a night where they're looking for success, with Thangam Debonnaire, who potentially would have becoming the culture secretary, losing her seat. But I know the Greens were quite hopeful as well in the Herefordshire area. So the footage coming in now from across the UK of cars arriving with ballot boxes, with people running into the counts in Newcastle and Sunderland. A bit of local rivalry going on there between the Mackhams and the Geordies. But as I say, it's an exit poll, so it's not, it's not the result. That won't happen. We won't know the results in full until early in the morning. So hopefully we'll see how we get on. It'll be interesting to see. We're going to be linking up with our friends at Broadcast Scotland later on this evening to find out what the news is coming from Scotland. So it looks like there's a fair chance of some pretty spectacular well-known Conservatives who are potentially losing their seats. So Ian Duncan Smith could be going, Steve Baker in Wickham going, Grant Shapps, he could be going as well. So there's going to be a lot of well-known Conservatives leaving. One thing I did notice earlier today on Twitter was Lembit Opik, who probably is more well-known for dating a cheeky girl than his political successes over the years. Obviously, he was a Lib Dem, a Welsh Lib Dem MP. He came out in support of reform. So it's quite interesting to see people who are trying to line themselves up for jobs with GB News in the future. But with reform, it's highly likely that Farage, for the first time, I think in 9 attempts, will be in from as representing Clacton. and Lee Anderson as well. So there are those pockets where Reform could do well. But it's interesting to see again, sort of Lib Dems probably polling similar numbers to Reform, but ending up with over 60 seats. But with Reform getting potentially 13. Personally, I think it would be a surprise for them to get that number, but we'll see what happens there. There's going to be a lot of celebrating within the Labour Party, and you can imagine, if you've been in the position where you've been in the political wilderness for years in opposition, having failed to beat the Conservatives in the last 20 years of votes. So you would imagine, I would be celebrating as well if I was getting that level of victory. But remember, with that level of support, expectations are going to be big, and I think this government, more than anybody, I think they're going to have the shortest honeymoon period ever. And tomorrow, when we wake up, tomorrow in an hour and 3/4, it's likely that we're going to have, I think it's 671 days until the Senedd elections, which are on Thursday, the 7th, I think, of May. I think that is going to be a really, really interesting election. We've seen that Labour have done well when Conservatives have been in power in Westminster. We're going to have, under 2 years' time, we will have had Labour government in Wales and a Labour government in Westminster, and the pointing the finger of blame towards Westminster will no longer wash. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. It'll be interesting to see how Reform do in Wales, whether it's a uniform level of support. But I think Reform will be benefiting in this election from the fact that of dissatisfaction with the Conservatives. So I would imagine sort of this potentially would be a high tide for Reform. When we looked at the polling for the Senedd election that was carried out at the same time as the Westminster election polling last week, the ITV Welsh Governance Centre poll, where Reform, I think, were around sort of the 15% mark in Wales for the general election, but that fell to around 7 or 8% in the Senedd elections, because again, whether people see Reform as being relevant and being potentially a protest vote. So when it comes to the Senedd elections, it'll be interesting to see how Reform perform. I do expect Reform to have representation at the next Senedd, just as the UKIP did when they benefited from the Senedd elections that were held shortly before the Brexit referendum. So yeah, so please, if you're watching on Facebook, on LinkedIn, Twitter, X, YouTube, just leave a comment in the stream, and I'll be able to share those with the Welsh public and people who are viewing further afield. So let's hear what you've got to say. So it looks like we've got a couple of hundred people with us at the moment. So, which is a bit strange, talking to a couple of hundred people online. But as I said, you can leave your comments in the stream on X, Twitter, or Facebook and LinkedIn, and we will get those comments coming through here. So obviously, as I'm here by myself at the moment, I will have to disappear every now and then for a cup of tea and a cup of coffee, and to go to the loo, obviously. So I will be putting up a video loop when I'm away, but rest assured I'll be back when news comes through. For those of you who aren't aware of Talking Wales, I'll be sharing this video a few times, but here's a little explainer as to what Talking Wales is and what we're trying to achieve. We're building a community and we want you to be part of it. A news and information service designed to keep Welsh citizens informed, a space where issues that matter and impact our daily lives can be discussed, developing ideas and challenging those in power, sharing news and information via digital radio, YouTube, social media and online, using clear, understandable language on the platforms you use most often. It'll be owned by you, our members, serving all of Wales and its people wherever they are in the world. Join us on our journey and help us create a better Wales. Yeah, so I think it's an opportunity. Obviously, it's filling time at the moment until the results start coming through. So just an opportunity to talk about Talking Wales and what we're doing, what our timeline is. So Talking Wales came about from originally, I started a project called New Media Wales that led to the launch of the National Wales in March 2021. That ran for 18 months until the end of August 2022. Unfortunately, it was a partnership with NewsQuest. NewsQuest pulled their financial support for the title, citing sort of economic pressures at the time. The war in Ukraine was one of them, had a huge impact on the economy at the time. But when we learned a lot from the process and the project of running the National, well, that I did for being the publisher of the National for a year and a half and setting it up. And we realised one of the big issues was being part of a large multinational company whose focus was on profits and shareholders. NewsQuest are actually a wholly owned subsidiary of Gannett Media, who are a huge US news conglomerate who publish USA Today and a number of local news sites. And yeah, so with Talking Wales, one of the first things we decided was to set it up as a cooperative. So we're actually incorporated as a community benefit society. So Community Benefit Society, it's a limited company, but it's not listed on Companies House. It's actually administered by the Financial Conduct Authority. So as a society, we have a set of rules that we operate under, and community benefit societies are required by law to reinvest any profit they make for the benefit of the community they serve. So the idea is people will be able to buy shares in the community benefit society, in the company itself. Those shares, they don't increase in value, but they do, or they can attract a modest sum of interest. And those shares can be sold back to the society at a later point for the price that was paid for them. It operates under a one member, one vote system. So if you're a member, you have the same voting rights if you have one share to somebody who's got 100 shares. So it's a democratic system. We have an annual general meeting, publishing our accounts and an annual report. So there's full transparency compared with other potential news organisations who might be limited companies or public limited companies. Yeah, and I think what we realise as well is getting the message out to people. What's become clear, and I think when we look at things in France, where we have polarisation of politics, the centre ground sort of becoming deserted, with views being polarised at both ends of the political spectrum, that there's a real need to inform people. One of the things I've been disappointed in this campaign is just the lies that some of the parties have been sharing in order to get traction, to get votes. And what's disappointing from a news perspective is, immigration. Immigration was the fourth most popular subject, the most prioritised subject. So when people were putting their X in the ballot box today, of the four top topics, health was the top topic that they took into consideration when making their vote. The economy was second, along with cost of living third, but immigration was fourth. And we've had basically we've been told for months and months that immigration is a problem, that it's bad. You would think, from what you hear from certain parties, and even Labour and Conservative, that small boats, that that this is where the problem lay, was with people coming in illegally. The actual numbers of people claiming asylum is around 4% of the total numbers of people coming into the UK. And immigration, from an economic point of view, is an important part of our mix. We've got an aging population. We're having less babies, which means there are fewer people now of working age than there were a few years back. So we need immigration to support our economies and economic growth. And seeing as that's the central tenet of Keir Starmer's plans, his plan is to grow the economy. And to do that, it's going to need immigration. A lot is made of people's views towards immigration. It's interesting, we did a programme on Talking Wales a couple of weeks back that you can watch on our YouTube channel, which is www.youtube.com/Talking Wales, where we looked at immigration as a subject. And the majority of people are fine with immigration if it's for people coming here to study and work, which is the majority. Where people do have a very negative view of immigration is when it comes to small boat crossings and people coming here illegally. And I would imagine a lot of that is down to the rhetoric that we hear from parties. So yeah, I think what's important is, with Talking Wales, is developing a platform that informs people. I think the majority of people are intelligent, but are the public informed? I would think potentially no. And it's really important as well in communities that don't currently engage with news or don't think that news is relevant. We're going to see tonight a lot of people, making not a protest vote, but just feeling that their voices aren't being heard. I think one of the heartening things, what I've seen from today, is the turnout is going to be high, which shows that people potentially are willing to be engaged. But a lot of those people will be voting because they're frustrated at their current lot. And we talk about cost of living crisis. We forget that there are hundreds of thousands of people in Wales who've been living through a cost of living crisis for the last 20 years. It's not something new to a lot of people. 1 in 3 children in Wales live in poverty. In some places, we have some of the most deprived wards, not just in the whole of the UK. And so how do we support these people? And I think it's going to be interesting tomorrow when the dust settles. And I think it's important that we don't demonize people for voting for whatever party they choose, but we help people make informed decisions. Anyway, half an hour has passed already. So hopefully the first results will be coming in an hour. So yes, I will be back in 2 minutes. Tony, what are you coming in here for? Yes, I'm back. And good to see a good number of you still with me. Only another 6 or 7 hours to go. So, yeah, snacks. That's the other thing that's going to be important tonight. So I've got my coffee. You'll notice that I have cracked a crown. So I made an appointment with the dentist to get it fixed. Unfortunately, the only time they had available is 9:30 tomorrow morning. So I think I'm going to be asleep in the chair while they sort out my tooth. So, yes, 25 minutes to 11. So as I said, Talking Wales, if you want to know more, visit www.talking.wales. There's a lot of information there. We'll be launching our initial community share issue over the summer with a view of launching the service fully in the autumn. But we've started now broadcasting on Sunday mornings between 11 and 12. So we're going to be continuing that over the coming months and hopefully extending that service. But the idea will be to have a live radio programme in the mornings between 7:30 and 9, lunchtimes 12 till 2, and then in the evenings 5 till 7, looking at the news from Wales and sort of global news as well, but from a Welsh perspective, and it'll give us an opportunity to lead the news agenda and not respond to what the political parties potentially want to be discussed. So yeah, it's quite exciting, and the support we've been having has been really heartening and really positive. So yeah, so I'm going to check now on my various feeds to see where we're at and if there's any new news coming through. I don't know if we've heard from Mr. Farage yet. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him with his smiling face over the evening. It's interesting. It would appear that Labour's majority, based on the exit poll numbers, is going to be short of the majority Tony Blair won in 1997. But again, I think it's really interesting that they'll be doing it on a smaller share of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn secured in 2017. Much was made of Jeremy Corbyn's failure, but I think we forget that from a vote share perspective, he did very well, and under circumstances with the media that were strongly aligned against him. One of the things that Starmer has done this time and is focused on is to get that traditional news media on side. And I think it was a lot of people, I'm half Scouse, family coming from Liverpool, and I know what having, what the Sun did after Hillsborough, seeing Starmer saying back in 2020 that he would not be entertaining the Sun or doing any interviews with them, and last night he was singing the praises that the Sun had come out in support of the Labour Party, which is all part of, obviously the political sort of manoeuvres, but it does question and make you wonder about his sort of moral compass. But anyway, we will get on to that later on. So as I said, wherever you're watching, wherever you're Are you watching? You got us in the background. But where are you watching? Are you watching the BBC, Channel 4, S4C? It'll be interesting to see what the different parties' outputs will be saying. But as I said, with the exit poll is quite interesting from a Welsh perspective, because of the limited number of entry points. Would suggest that the data for Wales and Scotland is potentially lower. But it's interesting to see in this election, do you think that Wales has had a fair crack of the whip? We've seen that the Commission, looking at the constitutional future of Wales, has been active in the run-up to this election, making a number of recommendations. And the recommendations for devolution of policing and of and law, but it looks like Labour are backtracking on handing over more of those powers. I think they're citing that there's people have got bigger priorities. So for those who are hoping that Labour coming into power in Westminster will all of a sudden see a big boost in devolution and extra powers, you may well be in for disappointment. Because when the Labour manifesto, it said it was considering looking at a couple of areas such as probation and youth justice, but there were no promises of those. So S4C are currently discussing agriculture and farming and the attention that has received in this election campaign. And I think it's not just agriculture, farming and rural issues. It's surprising how many other sort of policy areas like education have barely featured. It has been very much a campaign based on economy, health, and immigration. It has been those main subjects, which again, suggests that that there is an issue with the media pushing back and making sure that these subjects, especially ones that are sort of very relevant to Wales, obviously agriculture has a much bigger part in Wales from an economic perspective compared with other parts of the United Kingdom, and I think people are disappointed that those that they haven't been had the attention potentially that they deserve. So so it's interesting. We've currently got, believe it or not, about 300 people being part of the election night with us at the moment. It's a bit of a weird feeling, so hello everyone. But please don't leave me by myself. Please join in the conversation because we want to hear what you've got to say about the election. But as I said, please, if you're hearing anything on the grapevine from the counts, I'm checking my WhatsApps to see who's saying what, where, and why. And it'll be interesting to see what's being said by whom and where. Right. Sorry, I'm just checking that the streams are working across the multitude of platforms. So I'm glad to see that they are. So first result within the next 30 minutes. Sunderland or Newcastle, are one of those going to deliver a result, and will that be symptomatic then of the rest of the evening? So I think what people will be looking for in those early results, Sunderland, Newcastle, is how the Conservatives, how far their support has fallen, but also how Reform have performed as well. So I feel sorry for Victoria Derbyshire, who is stood outside Rishi Sunak's house at the moment. It all appears to be very quiet. The curtains are drawn. So Sunderland results. We'll see when that one is. Election results from Sunderland are due in. I wonder if any are you looking at with some excitement as to who the big names potentially, and I think that it's going to be surprising. I think we might be surprised to see some big Labour names as well. You know, how will Jeremy Corbyn fare standing as an independent? So yeah, I'm just looking at this now. So Sunderland, nearly they 2 decades ago, 42 minutes and 45 seconds. But that record is unlikely to be beaten. Newcastle has beaten them in the last 2 elections, declaring within 90 minutes. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what those results were at the previous. Because one of the seats, so Newcastle. So we have Newcastle upon Tyne North. So there, Newcastle upon Tyne North. They've got somebody from the SDP, Lib Dems, Reform, Labour, Green, Conservatives, and an independent standing there. Let me see. So Newcastle upon Tyne, Wallsend, South Shields, Tynemouth, Gateshead, Central, Wickham, and then Sunderland Central, Horton, Sunderland South, Washington, Gateshead South. But I think it's Sunderland. Yeah, so it's Newcastle upon Tyne East, Wallsend, and Newcastle upon Tyne North are the 2 I think they hope to get out first, with Sunderland Central. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how those results pan out. As I mentioned, we hopefully be going over to Broadcast Scotland at some point to get a feeling for what's happening in Scotland. Sorry, I've got to get my energy in as the evening progresses. But yeah, it's quite interesting. I've been there's a discussion going on up in Glasgow with the Scottish election results. So yes, so what are we all expecting, and when are we expecting? I think the first result from Wales was due to be in about 1:30, but then the majority then coming through around 3 o'clock in the morning. High turnout does potentially mean that we have longer counts. As somebody who stood in a couple of elections, I know the experience of being at the count. There'll be lots of smiling faces, people with clipboards, making notes of votes in different constituents, in different wards across those constituencies, and no doubt there'll be some glum faces huddled in the corner, especially in the Conservative camp. Yeah, so it'll be for the next hour or so. We'll be reliant on the votes coming in from England, but yeah, we'll see what those results bring in. It'll be interesting to see what the sort of the Welsh political map. Let me see, general. As you can see, I'm incredibly well prepared for this evening. Looking at the results, how many Welsh? Yeah, so it's worth remembering at the last election, we had 365 Conservatives, 203 Labour, 48 SNP, who were up 13, 11 Lib Dems, and 8 DUP, 15 others. The vote share in Wales last time, Labour had 41%, Conservatives 36%, Plaid Cymru just under 10%, Lib Dem 6%, Brexit Party, who were now Reform, 5.4%. But even with 10% of the vote, Plaid Cymru had Arfon, Dwyfor, Meirionnydd, Ceredigion, and Carmarthen East, or was it West? But anyway, they had 4 seats. So in the reorganisation, Arfon and Meirionnydd Dwyfor basically became one seat. Ceredigion remained, and then Caerfyrddin is the new seat that came from an amalgamation of seats there. So turnout was 66%, Labour 22 seats, Conservative 14, Plaid 4. So of the 40 seats, but remember, we're down to 32 this year, so it's quite a substantial sort of fall. So Plaid Cymru were hoping for 2 or 3 seats, 4 seats with 32 of 32 would be seen as a very good result. But obviously the Conservatives with 14, they're looking potentially at losing most, if not all. Bridgend, Jamie Wallace, who went AWOL for the campaign, Vale Glamorgan, Alan Cairns, potentially Preseli, Pembrokeshire. So there's potentially for some quite big beasts to lose their seats. And of course, in the part of the blue wall, Clwyd South, Delyn, Vale of Clwyd, Clwyd West, Aberconwy and Ynys Môn, all went blue. but it's looking increasingly likely that all of those will be changing hands at this election. The majority going to Labour, with potentially Ynys Môn going to either Labour or Plaid Cymru. I think it's too close to call, but it has been based on what people are saying. But again, the high turnout potentially does make things interesting. Because what's interesting as well in the polls ahead of this election, there were quite a few don't knows. It would appear that there was a substantial percentage who were unsure as to who they were going to be voting for. So a lot of people will have been making their decision at the last minute. So who that favours, we don't know. Looking at the exit poll, it looks like potentially it might be the Conservatives, the Reform Party that benefit from that. But only time will tell. So yeah, it's interesting looking back. They're obviously discussing now, what were the big issues for the for the Conservatives. D-Day was one of those big issues, but obviously from a Welsh perspective, I think what really harmed Conservatives was the betting scandal, and particularly in with Craig Williams. Remember, Craig Williams won Montgomeryshire at the last election with almost 60% of the vote. He's actually had the support of the Conservative Party withdrawn following the revelation that he'd placed bets on the date of the timing of the general election. And obviously, there's an inquiry going on at the moment. But Craig Williams did admit that he had a flutter, and it was an error of judgment. But as I say, it's being looked into now to see whether that error of judgment was actually breaking the law. So, yeah, so the 40 constituencies down to 32. But it's quite interesting. Again, there'll be Peter Mandelson is putting the spin on about of Labour's performance, but I think it'll be interesting to see actually, the vote share and how they compare with Corbyn's numbers at the last election. So I'm just looking at the BBC's feed now. So it looks like sort of Newcastle and Sunderland. It's all there. Basically, they've got people legging it back and forth with ballot boxes to see if they can get hold of the count. And Paul of Victoria, Derbyshire, is in Richmond, stood outside a house. And Tosh fan, hello, Shumai, how are you? Simar Hwyl. So we have Tosh fan who's joined us. And Beauty Medal, what are you thinking about the results tonight? What are you hearing? Do you think there's going to be a Labour clean sweep in Wales, or I think it looks like it's going to be a Conservative wipeout? And it looks like Victoria Derbyshire stood outside Rishi Sunak's house where he's probably making sandwiches at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see when he comes out and concedes defeat. So we're not expecting to hear from Sunak until about 3:30. But it's looking here that Conservative forecast votes. It's interesting. Their vote has collapsed mainly in the north, the Midlands, and the south. Actually, in Wales and Scotland, it's lower. Scotland, their vote is down 10%. In Wales, it's down 18%. So in Scotland, that's interesting. So if their supporters gone down 10%, only 10%, does that mean that the Unionist vote has held up with the Conservatives there, with fewer people potentially going over to Labour in Scotland? I don't know. It could be interesting to see. Laura Koonsberg telling the general public that potentially the new education minister in Sunderland, the education minister for England, of course, as education is devolved, we have our own thing. So Tosh Fan is telling us he's penned his. So I'll have a look to see what has he said now. Let's have a look. Yeah, so please feel free to join us with your views. Yeah, so Tosh Fan thinks Welsh Lib Dems success or win in Brecon and Radnorshire. Yeah, I agree with that. Star Welsh performer. They've not had huge coverage, but there is talent. Difficult to shout one person. I'd agree with that. Star UK performer Ed Davey has had impressive. I would agree there. What's interesting, my 11-year-old daughter, when I asked her about the general election, she didn't know who Starmer was or Sunak was, but she did like the funny man who keeps falling in the water. So obviously he's had some cut through there. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, as I say, Torsten Bell likely to be ending up in the cabinet, parachuted in. I'll say if Plaid Cymru managed to get four seats, and I think a lot of people would agree that Llŷn ap Iorwerth has had a very good campaign. So, yeah, and Andrew R.T. Davis, forthcoming thoughts suggested the swing may be lower against incumbents with decent local records. Yeah, but I think that would have potentially have benefited Craig Williams. But I think the betting scandal may have done that for him because he lost the support of the party. But there are a few people out there who do think they were doing a good job on a local level. But at the end of the day, they were all part of the same party. A lot of these people supported Liz Truss being appointed as Prime Minister. We forget that short period of history very, very quickly. Liz Truss came into power, saw off the Queen, and then resigned. But she's quite adamant that she was actually in the right, that it was the world that was wrong, not her. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what's happening. They're still counting those seats, so it's an hour and 5 minutes. It's fascinating to see that all these cars are coming in one by one with voting boxes. So again, I think it's going to start getting busy about 2 o'clock in the morning. But it's heartening to see how many of you are joining us this evening. I was expecting to be here by myself, but it looks like we've got around 300 of you. So remember, we've got more people in here now, so I will do another plug for Talking Wales. So if you're interested in knowing more about Talking Wales, here's what we're trying to do. We're building a community and we want you to be part of it. A news and information service designed to keep Welsh citizens informed, a space where issues that matter and impact our daily lives can be discussed, developing ideas and challenging those in power, sharing news and information via digital radio, YouTube, social media and online, using clear, understandable language on the platforms you use most often. It'll be owned by you, our members, serving all of Wales and its people wherever they are in the world. Join us on our journey and help us create a better Wales. We're building a community and we want you to be part of it. A news and information service designed to keep Welsh citizens informed, a space where issues that matter and impact our daily lives can be discussed. I'm back. I'm still on the coffee. So, are you in a party? Are you having a general election party tonight? If you are, tell us about it. Let us know. It's quite interesting, the BBC reporting on the exit poll from Scotland perspective, with a huge health warning on the numbers. And so we have Ian Murray, who is potentially the new Scottish secretary. I think that says a lot about politics at the moment, is that I've never even heard of him before now. And I think what's going to be interesting as well is it could be a sort of blessing in disguise for the SNP. Obviously, they've had issues with Nicola Sturgeon standing down. So Starmer, Sturgeon standing down, and obviously sort of police inquiries that we're still waiting to hear the outcomes of. But it looks as, you know, the SNP do look like they're going to be losing you know, a number of seats. And I think it'll be interesting to see how in the Holyrood elections in the next couple of years. But it's interesting, the polls in Scotland did suggest that Labour were ahead, but SNP were running them close. But it does sound, from what I'm hearing from Scotland, the SNP do feel as though that that there will be a large number of their seats going. But I think, again, you know, it's you know, the change message has resonated with lots of people. And with those people voting to get rid of the Conservatives. But it's interesting, sort of independence, supporters for independence is still quite high. So obviously, sort of independence support in Scotland is 50-50. But as people are aware in Wales as well, it's not that simple. It's not a case of just one of people supporting one area. Otherwise, the SNP would be polling 50% in Scotland, and Plaid would be polling over 30% in Wales. But again, it's an exit poll. I think the previous exit poll was quite near the mark. I'm trying to see what the result was in 2019. Yes, interesting to think that it was old Hugh Edwards who was leading the coverage back in 2019. So the exit poll back in 2019, I'm just getting it up now. Yeah, so it had Conservatives on 368 and Labour on 191. So yeah, so it's let's see what the 368191. Yeah, so let me just see now. So 365, 203 were the actual numbers. And we got yeah, so 368,191, and the actual results were 365,203. So it slightly over reported Conservatives and slightly under sort of reported Labour. Yeah, so it's it'll be interesting to see what those numbers actually mean on the night. So the exit poll, they've got predictions coming up at the moment. Right. So the SNP were predicted to get 55. They actually ended up with 48. Plaid Cymru were predicted to get 3. They ended up with 4. The Lib Dems were predicted to get 13. They ended up with 11. So it was quite close, but obviously, again, it was showing that Scotland and Wales were out. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say. So as I say, finished in the UK cities, and now the brand is not about hardly any young people endeared by it. The worrying thing is there was a opinion poll that was out last week showing that 16 to 17-year-olds, Labour were well ahead, but Reform were, I think, second on 23%. So what is it about Reform's message that is landing with 16 and 17-year-olds? It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, but it looks like Bassett Law could be going Reform from the Conservatives. Yeah, it's just going to be interesting. It does look like there are going to be some sort of, local seats that so lots of seats going over to so Mel Stride, Central Devon, holding on to his seat. Mel Stride's been quite sort of prominent in the campaigning over recent weeks. He seems to be sort of being put forward for a lot of people talking about that. Yeah, so this is sort of safe Tory seats. Only a few of those are turning over. Amber Valley going from over to Labour. But again, Conservative seats going over to Reform potentially. So yeah, it's interesting. Reform, are going to. It depends. The collapse of the Conservatives. But they're even, losing. There's potential to see huge Conservative majorities being overturned. Laura Kongsberg, a roll call of disaster, she's calling it. But as I said, at the moment, it's all conjecture. Exit polls, are potentially, sort of on the market. So Rishi Sunak is sending out a message to his thanking his workers and campaign members. So Wales, what are your predictions for Wales of the 32 seats? It's obviously going to be different. Is it going to be a Conservative wipeout? Will the Lib Dems have representation in Wales again, in their heartlands in Powys? And we now have Jacob Rees-Mogg admitting there's been a terrible night for the Conservatives. North Somerset. So I think they're asking now, where did it go wrong? Oh, there we are. So Jacob Rees-Mogg thinks they're changing the leader. So it goes back to getting rid of Boris Johnson, which is an interesting take. What's interesting, it doesn't look as though, obviously, in Wales, one of the biggest political stories of the last few weeks has been Vaughan Gething becoming First Minister, the £200,000 donation from a convicted criminal who's found guilty of dumping environmental waste has cast a shadow on his position. It doesn't appear that has cut through on the doorstep in Wales in the general election. And I think it is quite interesting when you look at when Vaughan Gething tweets, either as himself or as a First Minister, the responses are incredibly negative. And I think over the next 2 years, it's going to be interesting to see how he sort of survives. But it does appear from the Senedd election voting, so even at a time when Labour are riding at on a high, Labour support for the Senedd election is down markedly, with Plaid Cymru increasing. So potentially there is cut through then, from in Wales. But I think it's going to be interesting that that there's going to be a honeymoon for a couple of days from tomorrow over the weekend. But I think the scrutiny of Labour in the Senedd, especially now that they don't have the finger of blame to point towards Westminster for all of their woes. So the next 2 years are going to be very tricky. And remember, it's going to be, in 2 years' time, it's going to be the first big measure of people's opinion of Keir Starmer as Prime Minister as well. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on there. So will Starmer not want the toxicity of a negative campaign against Labour in Wales? Who knows? Only time will tell. But yeah, so we're still waiting for them Blythe. They're doing the counting at the moment. So hopefully we'll be getting the result through soon. So snacks. I think there's been a few interesting discussions on snacks. Crisps seem to be de rigueur. Can't go wrong with crisps. Cheese board, bit risky this time of night. Cheese before going to bed. Normally, I did tend to go to sort of bed at about this time, and then wake up at 2 to see what the results were. Waking up sort of half asleep and sort of being depressed by the results as they came in. Have we actually declared the result? All right, so they've so the Horton and Sunderland South has declared Labour winning with 18,847. Bridget Phillipson, who will become the Education Secretary for England, having had the briefing Keir Starmer Shadow Cabinet for a few years, but Reform beating the Tories into second place with almost 12,000 votes. It's quite interesting thinking who's going to follow Rishi Sunak as leader of the Conservative Party, because it's going to be interesting. To see how Labour's vote is doing compared to things. So I'm just looking at Horton and Sunderland South. I don't know if that's a new seat. No, so it's still there. So let me see the results in. Yeah, so the results, remarkably, somebody's already updated Wikipedia. So Labour up 6% in Horton and Sunderland South. Reform, 29% of the vote there, up 13%. But Conservatives down 19%, so collapse there. Greens up 1.5% to 4.3%. So the last election, Bridget Phillipson won with 40% of the vote. So she has gone up substantially. But as I say, it looks like it's the collapse of the Conservative vote, with a lot of that Conservative vote, 2/3 going over to Reform and a third going to Labour. I currently have Wes Streeting on the BBC. Yeah, so Wes Streeting is who's going to be the health minister for England. Remember, not Wales. So interesting thing. So UKIP in the Horton and Sunderland South in 2015. So around the Brexit time, 22% they polled. So Reform have got substantially more there. They did beat the Conservatives into third back in 2015. But as I say, their support had gone down, but it has come back up. But I think it will be interesting to see is it a protest vote, or are those people dissatisfied with the Conservatives gone over to Reform? Is it going to be a temporary move or not? Just looking at the turnout now. Do we know what the turnout? Yeah, so the turnout for Horton Sunderland South, interesting, 52%. So it was actually down 6%. So that goes against the what we've been hearing on social media of a high turnout. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. It'll be interesting to see how the Lib Dems do as well. I think Ed Davey, has had an effective campaign. Many people, mocked him for his populist antics, but he has gained attention from the public. His profile has risen a fair bit, and obviously at the last election, they did spectacularly badly, with the SNP beating them into third place, giving the SNP a voice at Westminster at question time. But it looks like this time it'll be Conservatives in opposition, with the Lib Dems as the third biggest party. So potentially Scotland having less of a voice, but with Keir Starmer arguing that they're going to have a stronger voice now because they're going to have a voice around the cabinet table. Only time will tell. So they're talking now about Ian Duncan Smith potentially losing his seat. It's difficult to believe that Ian Duncan Smith was actually leader of the Conservative Party at one time. It seems to be a part of history that we seem to have forgotten about. So yeah, so please let us know, where are you, what are you watching, what are you hearing, what's the word on the grapevine. Yeah, it is going to be interesting, because like I said, we seem to think there's going to be like this blanket change from blue to red, but there are going to be seats. Yeah, so Ian Duncan Smith losing his seat. That's a good point. Is Conservatives basically disappearing from British cities? They are going to become the party of the shires in the future. So it looks like Northumberland, a count coming off there. So Blythe. So, yep. Right, let me see if this works now.
$20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121. Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that
So
Ian
Reform
Lavery
again
is
doing well
duly
there.
elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blythe and Ashington constituency.
Huge round of
Interesting. But again, is the turnout down on previous elections? Yeah, it's interesting. The the line that came out was "Vote Reform, Get Starmer." It does look like that has happened. We've got Angela Edson now saying that they haven't been conservative enough, or by conservative enough, I suppose what she means is she gone right wing enough. Yeah, so expect Conservative will lurch even further to the right. So Blythe and Ashington. Yeah. So Reform are up 18%. So again, these so Blyth and Ashington. Somebody's updating the results at the moment. All right. So again, so it was Blyth and Ashington is a new seat where the boundaries had changed. So again, based on it's a notional results, so 47% Labour, 33% Conservative, Brexit stroke Reform 9%. So again, it's the Conservative vote fracturing in a large part to Brexit, and to a lesser extent to Labour. But fair play to people who are updating Wikipedia as we speak. There we are. The result is up. $20,000. Yeah, so Conservatives are down substantially, down 8,000, with Brexit Party basically taking all those votes from the Conservatives. So from what we see at the moment, it does look like it's Reform are benefiting from the collapse of the Conservatives. So it does make it look even more likely that Labour's majority could potentially be bigger. Reform will be coming second in many seats, but won't be winning many seats. But it'll be interesting to see. I think one of the big weaknesses, any party has from an electoral position is the number of representatives they have to choose from. So the Conservatives, a much reduced Conservative Party, who is going to be the big beasts within that party for the next 5 years. So again, are Reform capable of building on that momentum and keeping going? It'll be interesting to see. But I think what Reform have shown, there is scope for new entrants. I think it was slightly misleading from Farage, and it's one of the things where he hasn't been picked up on interviews about when he was claiming that when New Kids on the Block were a startup. Remember, they were the Brexit Party who rebranded, renamed. They've been around for a few years now. They were basically sort of rose from the ashes of UKIP, so they're not new. They're just sort of been rebadged. But does it mean that there's room for a more progressive voice? Because again, this is what I'm hearing, that people have voted Labour in large numbers, but without enthusiasm. And I think that's where the danger is, where people are voting against the Conservatives as opposed to for Labour. Obviously, Labour do have that support, but there are a lot of people within the Labour movement, especially on the left, who think who are worried about that they're turning their back on their socialist credentials, and seeing the likes of Lisa Nandy, Wes Streeting, David Lammy as examples of these sort of more centrist individuals. But yeah, interesting times, but exciting. We've got 2 seats, so two down, 648 to go. yeah, I just want to thank you all sincerely for sticking with me. We're actually up over 300 people. Tosh fan, 50% turnout. Again, I agree, turnout will be one of the stories of the night. Is it going to be uniform across the UK? What's the turnout going to be like in Wales? It doesn't look like it's going to be that big turnout, whether it is anecdotal. And yeah, I agree with Tosh fan there. Obviously, that's something we're going to be looking at in greater detail over the next few weeks. We're going to be joined by Professor Laura McAllister, who will be discussing the future Senate elections with us in the next coming weeks. But yeah, are Reform going to be able to keep that momentum going for the Senate elections? Blimey, we've been going for almost an hour and 3/4. I'm enjoying the company. I'm glad to see that we've got over 300 people viewing. So again, join us in the comments. It's easy enough to do. Just place a comment and we can share it on the screen. Or if you don't want us to share it, we won't share it. But I just want to hear your views of what's happening and what's going on. Right, so it's time for a comfort break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Let me get you some music. What we're going to have. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Diolch yn fawr. Hello, Megan. Exit poll, dyna beth dwi'n meddwl bydd canlyniad. Dyna beth bydd canlyniad. 300 na. Christ! Oh. Hello?
Has anybody counted yet?
Yes. Sunderland. Hello. I'm back. Apparently, I need to be more assertive in my presentation style, according to the critics in my house. So, Reform. Are they going to be getting seats? If so, how many? Yeah, so coming up to midnight, 13 minutes to midnight, we will know tomorrow, which is almost today, the size of the Labour majority. It's clear now that there's going to be a big Labour majority. But based on the couple of seats that we've seen that have been declared, that it's Reform are taking votes off the Conservative Party. So the Labour vote is holding up relatively well. So we have Reform now on the BBC. Richard Tice, Ben Habib. So it's going to be quite interesting that if Reform do get members in Westminster, the calibre of those people, because remember, I don't think they got the scrutiny when they were UKIP in the European Parliament, where basically they didn't turn up for debates. They didn't really do any representing, so it's going to be a bit of a shock of the system to them to actually having to do the job. So it does look like, as I say, Angela Edson is now on BBC looking at how Reform are eating into the Conservative vote. So after tomorrow's results come out, it's going to be clear, when the looking through the Ashes. It's a protest against the Conservatives. The traditional Conservative voters who want to support reform. Keir Starmer has made Labour a home for lots of those sort of moderate Conservatives. But again, at what expense? Will the left, if they don't see Starmer delivering on their priorities, will they see see things change? Right. We've had 2 results so far. Where are we going to be getting our next results? Yeah. So Sunderland won the race. So what are we hearing from the counts? Yeah, it'll be interesting to so hopefully I'm going to try and do something in a minute and see if I can actually do it without breaking the internet. I'm going to be joining Broadcast Scotland shortly, and I will be sharing the broadcast on here. Yeah, so bear with me. I'm just messaging them now to say I can join. I can join anytime. Right. Yeah, so bear with me. I'm just trying to get this link. All right, so fingers crossed we can right. So I'm just waiting to hear from
and then one Caithness up the Sutherland. And they're both straight battles between the SNP and the Lib Dems. And, it's quite hard to call. I would have thought that the SNP had quite a good chance in both of them. Drew Henry is the current incumbent for the Inverness seat. and he had a big majority last time. The contestant is a Lib Dem who is actually Angus MacDonald. He's quite a wee Tory, to be honest. He gave money to the Tories. He was pro-Brexit. He donated £15,000 or something to Boris Johnson's Tories party. He's well known locally. He's got a cinema in Fort William.
So here
and
you can see this is a feed from Broadcast Scotland, who are broadcasting.
So we'll see. I
live,
mean, I'm hoping that you will
from Scotland.
because he's
hoping
done
to join
a good
them
job. He's very good on
shortly.
energy. That's a big energy. It's a big election issue here because fuel poverty is a huge problem in the Highlands. People don't have access to the gas network, and so it's very expensive to heat your home with electricity. In Caithness, there's also a very strong SNP candidate.
And you can
Brian,
see
turn
my
round to
I
face
think
her a bit
that's
more.
predicted to be
Turn your chair round,
polled for
Brian.
the Lib Dems. But the SNP candidate, whose name is Lucy Beattie, is a local woman. Well, she's lived there for a long time and has children in school. She's a farmer, or she used to be a farmer.
To turn your chair
and
more, Brian.
it's
You look like
popular,
you're
I
sitting your
think.
back to her.
And Jackie, have you had many activists chapping on your door asking for your vote?
Well, the guy, the Lib Dem candidate came around, actually. He had a hustings in Turdon, and I said I couldn't attend. But I would speak to him on the phone, and then someone brought him to my house. So I had to reach out to him.
And you're
I mean,
watching.
he's a personable guy, and he's been working hard. But I mean, he's not going to get my vote because of the Brexit, Tory donation problems.
Have you had a chance to speak to many of your friends or neighbours or relatives and how they're going to vote? Have you any idea about how you think that seat might turn out?
Yeah, I think there are. I think there are quite a lot of people. There's a lot of posters for the SNP. I think it's probably these constituencies are so huge, and the urban areas have much more people. So, like, how this rural area, I imagine it's quite strongly SNP. I think, but it's hard to say what's happening in Inverness. And I know the Lib Dems are doing a lot of thing there. In the other constituency, I think. That is quite strong SNP areas. So I think it's just they're so massive. I think they're too big, really. I mean, I know that the idea is that each constituency is going to have the same number of people in it, but I just don't think that really works in Ireland.
Yeah, if you compare them to European countries, then it is absolutely enormous. I'm just wondering if either William or Linda have got something that they might like to ask you. No?
I mean, an observation to agree that I'm not really in favour of huge, massive constituencies that you construct on the basis that you're trying to equalise populations, because a constituency is about more than the people in it. So it makes it difficult really to pull together, and indeed difficult to predict when you get these massive constituencies with changes. Just really that observation, which Jackie had already made, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I often wonder just how those who are elected in these areas can truly give a service to all these communities, because it's impossible to get round these massive areas with any degree of regularity.
And then, of course, you're far away from your workplace in Westminster as well.
Yeah,
so
all of that, and you end up concentrating on the larger population centres.
Inevitably.
Yes.
Jackie, is there anything else that you'd like to say that you haven't had a chance to say yet? What do you think? Have you seen the exit poll? I think lost Jackie again. We'll ask her about the exit poll when we see her next.
I think pretty well everybody will have seen the exit poll by now.
Probably,
Yeah.
yes. Ipsos Mori in June, so quite a while ago, had predicted the Tories to lose all 7 Scottish seats, including Douglas Ross. So
Hi, I'm back.
SNP and Labour neck and neck on 36%. So that's a while ago now. Me and William spoke about the Savanta poll, the last Scotland-only poll, and it didn't match the exit poll at all, and because it put SNP and Labour pretty much neck and neck.
Are you talking, Brian, about losing all the Tory seats? I remember in '97 when Scotland became Tory free. Wales as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember sitting up all night for that one.
Yeah.
My wife went to bed, but I left a wee note for her downstairs saying that Tories had achieved in Scotland 0, not a sausage. Forgive my language, bugger all.
Do you know what my abiding memory of it is? I was up in Perth because I was campaigning for Rosanna Cunningham, and Rosanna had won the Perth by-election in '90. And I remember all the activists and everything after polls closed. We were sitting in the famous Salutation Hotel, watching the Tories go one
So in
by
case you're
one.
wondering, this is Broadcast
Rosanna
Scotland.
and John
We're broadcasting live
came into
from
the
Scotland.
room, both having won, with their hands
people
held
joined
aloft,
them,
holding hands, and walked in.
Sure.
But nobody noticed them because it was that Portillo moment.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
everybody was cheering
We'll
because
see
Michael
how it
Portillo had
works.
gone. And nobody noticed John and Rosanna coming into the room.
Whether we get some
Normally happen, but there you are. Whether they'll lose them all today or have lost them all today, not quite sure yet. I think there's a fair chance Douglas Ross might well lose for reasons of the way he got into that candidacy. The harder one to winkle out would always be somebody like David Mundell down in the borders.
Yeah. So, yeah, I heard Douglas Ross's campaign being described as the worst ever in history.
I suspect he had no activists after what he did.
Yeah. So we've got Hugh Marshall lined up to have a chat to from Wales.
Good.
Hugh, how are you?
Hang on.
Can you hear me there?
Are you able to unmute me?
No, we've lost the sound to Hugh.
Just...
Hugh, are you muted? Can you?
Hang on. 2 seconds.
He looks as if he's
Oh,
trying.
Looking
So
to the sky.
just while we're waiting
Can you hear
for
me?
Hugh,
Can you hear me?
yes. Hello, Hugh. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you? Yeah. So
we're good here. We're in the studio with William Duguid and Linda Fabiani, who I'm guessing you've probably shared a platform with them here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Over the
yeah, but and I'm guessing that you've seen the exit poll. Is there anything that you've gleaned from there about the situation in Wales? I don't see Plaid Cymru mentioned.
I do. 4 of them.
Yeah, well,
4?
The exit poll is showing that Plaid Cymru are going to get 4 seats. So, as you're aware, as has happened in Scotland, there's been a change in the number of seats. We've gone down from 40 down to 32. And one of the main parties that were affected by that was Plaid Cymru. So some of the seats in their heartlands were lost. So basically, they were going from 4 down to 2. So it looks like Arfon, which has now got Meirionnydd Dwyfor in, so 2 seats that were Plaid and have sort of merged to become 1. Looks like they're going to hold on to that one. Ceredigion, Ben Lake, again, that was a Lib Dem stronghold for years, but it looks like Plaid are going to hold that one. But it looks like potentially Ynys Môn, Anglesey, is a seat that's alternated between Labour, the Conservatives currently, and Plaid Cymru. in the past. I'm sure it's been Liberal at one point as well. So they're hopeful of taking Ynys from the Conservatives, and the new seat of Caerfyrddin. Again, they're hopeful of taking that seat, although Labour have been, it's been interesting in Wales seeing how Labour have campaigned. They've basically been doing sort of little campaigning in their safe seats and sending people out to their to target seats. So Caerfyrddin is one, and Ynys Môn is the other. So they haven't just been focusing on winning over Conservative seats. They've been targeting seats that Plaid have been hopeful of. But I think it is quite interesting because with the exit polls, and I think the BBC especially have been giving a health warning on that one, where basically the sample size isn't big enough. Because I think at the last exit poll in 2019, it suggested the SNP would get 55 seats, and I think they ended up with 48. So they got that one, and I think Plaid were on 2, and they ended up with 4. So I think there has to be sort of a health warning, but I don't know what you're hearing up there from counts, as because the SNP suggesting they're going down to 10. I would be surprised if it was that lower number. And Plaid, if they get 4, it's going to be a very good night for them. But it's clear in Wales that the Conservatives potentially are going to be wiped out in Wales. Lib Dem may get 1 or 2 seats that were Conservatives. Because remember, in Wales we have Craig Williams, who was the first of the Tories when the betting scandal broke. So Craig Williams was a parliamentary secretary to Rishi Sunak, so he was obviously part of the inner sanctum, and he rather foolishly admitted to having a flutter on the date of the timing of the election, and is now subject to an inquiry. So the Conservatives withdrew their support for him, and he was one of the ones who was seen to be holding on to that seat. David T.C. Davis, who was the Welsh secretary, it looks like he could be potentially losing a seat, and Simon Hart, Chief Whip, looks like he could be losing his seat. So it's going to be interesting in Wales. It's clear there's going to be a big night for Labour, but it's going to be interesting to see, especially in the South Wales valleys, where a third of the Welsh population live, how Reform do, because it does look like they're going to be sort of pushing sort of 15-20% in some of those seats, and obviously in those seats, they're seats that the Conservatives have never really had much of a presence. So it's clear that Reform in those areas are taking votes off Labour. So an interesting night ahead of us.
Thank you, Hugh. We've been chatting here in the studio, me, William, and Linda, about Keir Starmer's relationship with the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar. What's Starmer's relationship like with the leader of the Labour Party in Wales? Yeah,
well, Vaughan Gething was, because we had Mark Drakeford, who was First Minister, who announced 5 years ago that he wasn't going to be leader of the Labour Party in Wales, and therefore First Minister for the next Senedd elections, which I think are the same time as Holyrood in May 2026, 671 days from tomorrow, if you want to be, or actually from today, just noticed it's Friday. So Vaughan Gething was very much seen as Starmerite, whereas Drakeford was actually quite close to Corbyn. He was a supporter of Corbyn, and he was quite progressive in his political outlook. So Vaughan Gething has been trying to sort of portray himself as close to Starmer. but obviously at the moment he's mired in controversy. He's been leader of Welsh Labour and First Minister for just over 100 days now, and he's already faced the vote of no confidence that he lost, but decided to ignore. It's interesting that, you know, when Labour have a vote of no confidence up in Scotland, it has to be listened to, but not when it happens in Wales, obviously. So he, you know, basically Vaughan Gething, I don't know if you saw, there was a programme on Channel 4 showing a company, an environmental company, who'd been dumping waste. And the guy who ran that company has been convicted twice of breaking the law in relation to sort of environmental matters. Well, that guy gave Vaughan Gething £200,000 towards his campaign to become First Minister, which is a big chunk of money, and allowed Gething to, you know, employ a full-time team to canvass on his behalf. Clearly, a lot of people are unhappy about that donation. Vaughan Gething has stated quite correctly that he hasn't broken any laws, but, you know, a lot of people are questioning his judgment, and the fact that he hasn't, you know, shown any contrition or apologised for that. And what was interesting in the opinion polls in Wales ahead of this election, it did show that Labour, their support was, you know, substantial, with Conservative vote collapsing, Reform doing well, Plaid Cymru doing okay, you know, sort of 1%, sort of 11 percentage points, something like that, for the general election poll. So it looks like the Vaughan Gething situation isn't cutting through on the doorstep on the general election. You know, people are just seeing it as Starmer, vote for change. In the polling for the Senedd election, which is conducted at the same time, it was a very, very different story. It shows that Labour are down, Plaid Cymru are up substantially, and Reform were performing well in that one. Whether that carries on after the election, it'll be interesting to see. But usually when you get polls at the time of something like a general election, when, you know, obviously Labour and Starmer are getting the positive attention, it usually bodes well across the board. So the fact that that isn't transferring necessarily for the Senedd elections is going to be interesting, because it looks from the Senedd is expanding from 60 to 96 members at the next Senedd election. So it looks like, whereas, you know, in the past, the system we had have always sort of left Labour with, you know, half the seats, and usually co-opting somebody from, you know, the Lib Dems. We had a defection from Plaid Cymru to somebody who became an independent, David Ellis-Thomas, who then became a cabinet member with Labour to support them. But it looks like on the present polling, they're going to be very, very short of a mandate, and potentially 2 years' time would Plaid be able to challenge them for to become the biggest party. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be interesting, whatever the results is tonight, especially, you know, from Scotland's point of view, in 671 days, is going to be an election based on Starmer's performance and his promises to Wales and Scotland about change. And if he hasn't delivered any change, I think they're going to face a backlash. Because what I'm sensing is a lot of people voting Labour for change. I'm seeing a lot of people who are voting Labour without much enthusiasm for what Starmer is putting forward. So, yeah, interesting times ahead.
Up to you, but we've got somebody lined up, Len Reynolds, SNP, was the SNP MP for West Kincardine. Do you mind if we cut to...
Yeah, so if I can
Mr.
join
Reynolds,
you again
and we'll come back to
later
you,
on
I
in the
promise.
evening, it'd be great to see you again later. So I'm going to go back
Hello,
to
Mr. Reynolds.
my stream.
Can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Reynolds. Can you hear me? I think there's a disconnect
No,
between the sound and the... Oh, hello, Douglas. Douglas, hello.
Well, right. There we are. So that was Scotland. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the results are in Scotland. It does appear as though it's going to be not a good night for the SNP and a good night for Labour. But will it be to the levels of what the exit polls are saying? Right, it's time for a little bit of a break. So I'll put the music on and give you some different music this time. And yep, see you in a couple of minutes. Right, I'm back. And what have we missed? Get music off there. So David T.C. Davis has lost Monmouth. I don't know whether that's a result or whether he's just conceded defeat there. And Robert Buckland a prominent Welsh voice within the Conservative Party. I believe he is also lost. Right, so let's see what the latest. Yeah, so 16% swing from Conservatives to Labour, to Robert Buckland there. So this is Robert Buckland. That's the first seat won from Labour have won from the Conservatives. So Swindon South. Right. So we'll see Swindon South, how the that panned out at the last. Yeah, so Swindon South, again, it's interesting, Reform here. So further south didn't perform as well as they had done up in the north. Yeah, so the Reform 6,000 seats. So here, Robert Buckland 12,000 down, halved his votes. Heidi Alexander with Labour increasing by 8%. So UKIP. Interesting. So UKIP did stand in 2017. I think it was one of the seats that Brexit stroke Reform probably stood down candidates at the last election. And Martin Costello stood for UKIP in 2017. Actually stood as an independent this time, not doing very well. But yeah, so Reform, 14% of the vote. So again, down from their previous sort of results. So again, once again, it looks like from the Conservatives, 2/3 of their vote going to Reform, 1/3 of their vote going to Labour. So, but it also shows that even if, you know, Reform had stood down, they would still be losing these seats. But Robert Buckland, he was quite emotional in that, in his speech there. So I think that's going to be quite an interesting sign of what's going to be coming on. But again, Buckland, who's been a prominent voice within the Conservatives, a prominent Welsh voice, even though he's in a seat in Swindon in England. It's going to be interesting. Yeah. So yeah, because Heidi Alexander, she was deputy mayor of London with responsibility for transport during those periods. Yeah, an interesting night ahead. So we've got 4 seats declared now, if I'm correct. Yeah, so it looks like Sian Thomas yn ymuno efo ni. Hi, Hws, ydyn ni'n siarad Cymraeg ta? Ie, da ni'n fatha siarad Cymraeg a Saesneg yma heno. Ie, diddorol clywed eich sylwadau. Mae Sian a fi'n cefnogi Everton. So yes, Sian and myself are both Everton supporters, so we both understand suffering and defeat. So we know how the Conservatives team in blue are feeling tonight. So Sian, sut mae pethau yn mynd tua'r gogledd yna? Ydych chi'n clywed unrhyw beth o ran beth sydd yn digwydd yng Ngwynedd ac ym Mhenllyn? Yep. So please join us. Let us know what you how things are going, where you are. So we've got 4 seats. 4 seats declared. 5. Sorry. So now they're starting to come through now. So Labour hold Washington and Gateshead South. So again, it'll be interesting to see one of the seats up. So Sharon Hodgson re-elected as the MP. We'll get the percentage of the votes coming through shortly. So as I say, so northern seats are the ones that are declaring, and as you see there, the percentage of reform is higher up there. Felly cofiwch, os ydych chi'n ymuno efo ni, croeswch yn ymuno ni yn y Gymraeg, yn ogystal â'r Saesneg. We speak 2 spokes on Talking Wales. One of the things we're looking to develop as well is Trafod Cymru, a Welsh language part of Talking Wales, because I think it's important as well that we have independent Welsh voices in the media in Wales, because the majority of the platform, well, almost all platforms in Wales are currently funded by public money in some shape or form, either via the Books Council, through Welsh Government, or through the licence fee with Newyddion, S4C, and BBC Cymru Fyw. So, yeah, and hopefully having an audio platform allows us to have those discussions. So in the next coming weeks, yn yr wythnosau i ddod, byddwn ni'n dechrau creu cynnwys yn y Gymraeg, a dechrau trafodaeth yn y Gymraeg hefyd. So I think one of the things that's important as well with the Welsh language is lots of Welsh language news does tend to stay within a Welsh language bubble. So when people discuss the Welsh language, you'll see stories on BBC Cymru Fyw, but you won't see the same stories on BBC Wales news site. So one of the things we want to do is discuss the Welsh language and issues around the Welsh language in English, because remember that a lot of parents who send the children through Welsh medium education aren't Welsh speakers. There are lots of families where one parent is Welsh speaking and one isn't, and it's important that that the Welsh language does genuinely belong to everyone. So it's important that is discussed publicly. Quite remarkably, we're up to almost 400 people viewing at the moment. I was expecting to be here by myself tonight, to be honest. So I'm made up. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. So, yeah, so the seats are starting to come through now, and fair play to the Wikipedians who are updating. Updating seats as we type. Let me see now. Here's the right. Let me see. Washington. There we are. So Washington and Gateshead. So again, Labour up 5%. Conservatives down 21%, with Reform getting 15%. So again, the Conservative vote share there, 75% going to Reform and 25% to Labour. So we're basically seeing like a 2/3, 3/4, people deserting Conservatives for Reform, and the smaller portion going to Labour. And again, combine Reform and the Conservative vote, it's still short of what Labour. So it does suggest that Labour, could they've gone with a more progressive slate of policies and manifesto, or were they playing safe? Yeah, interesting. So this is one of the Washington and Gateshead South, is one of the new seats. It was Washington and Sunderland West that became this new seat. So yeah, so it's Friday, so 6 o'clock tonight. Keir Starmer be knocking off for the day, if you believe what the press is saying. But that was quite interesting how that was perceived. It's important. Any job, you're obviously going to be available 24/7, but you do have to sort of be able to switch off and allow people to have lives. Even politicians are human. Let me see what the turnout was in. So again, turnout in the Washington and Gateshead South, 52%, down 6%. So the turnout, it's not, half the people of Washington and Gateshead South didn't vote. And I think that is something we're going to be talking about in the days and weeks to come. Is that suggesting that there is a disenchantment with politics? Are people disenfranchised because of the voter ID? Voter ID was something that a lot of people thought was, brought in specifically by the Conservatives to suppress the Labour vote. It's one of those things that Keir Starmer has said, another one of those bizarre things that he's decided to say that he's not going to repeal. But hopefully that is something that he will look at. We need to do everything possible to get people to be able to vote. So, yeah, so Labour got 5, up 1. Conservatives are down 1. Yeah, so the percentage of vote, Reform are second currently. Whether that'll be the case across the rest of the night. But as you say, those seats that we haven't seen, but only one seat so far has been a gain for Labour.
For instead of concentrating on doing the job that they were elected to do. I've had enough of it. I want the Conservative Party to get back to the ethos of doing stuff well and being competent, not pretending to please the media. If we can get back to that, then I think we have more than a fighting chance at the next election. But we need to do it quickly and we need to wake up now.
Who in particular are you thinking of has done that? You even say people have said things that are untrue.
Well, look, I think that we've seen in this election an astonishing ill discipline within the party. I mean, to see articles being written before a vote is cast in the general election about the party heading for defeat and what the prognosis should be is spectacularly unprofessional and ill-disciplined. That's not the Conservative Party I joined or have been an active member of for now nearly 40 years. I expect more from colleagues. And I also expect colleagues in senior office to actually get a grip of their brief and portfolio and actually understand that politics is about hard choices. It's about doing the detail. Now, the Prime Minister understands that, and he is an admirable example of how to do the detail. But what is also missing is a narrative. What are we saying, particularly to younger voters? You know, in Swindon, I've got a younger than average demographic. What are we offering to them about owning their own home and having a share in the future of our country? Where's this ambition gone for our country? You know, the Conservative Party is more than just a desiccated management machine. We should be representing with passion the hopes of the next generation. And whilst we have done admirable things on education and supported older people in our society, we've really now got to look fundamentally at what we do for younger people. And it's not about left and right, Laura. It's about actually those who want to come into politics to do things rather than to be somebody. Now, I've lost my position. You know, I'm a member of the public again. Great, I'm Joe Public. But I tell you this, my political career is not over. And for the party that I love, I will do everything I can to make sure we are a credible party of the nation once again, because that is where the Conservative Party wins, and that is what millions of people out there are crying out for. Those people who stayed at home today were telling us just as much as those who switched that they weren't happy with the Conservative Party. We've got to do better, and we've got to accept the judgment of the electorate quickly.
And everyone watching will hear, Robert Buckland, tonight, the conviction in your voice and how strongly you feel about where it's gone wrong for your party. You say it's been spectacularly ill-disciplined and ill-judged for colleagues to talk about losing the election before it has actually happened. I assume there you're referring to Suella Braverman, the former Home Secretary, who did as much in the pages of the Daily Telegraph yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that's not an isolated example. You know, I'm fed up of personal agendas and jockeying for position. You know, the truth is now, with the Conservatives facing this electoral Armageddon, it's going to be like a group of bald men arguing over a comb. You know, I came into politics to actually do government and to responsibly exercise power in order to make change in this country. I did that in office for many years. I'm proud of my legacy. I changed the lives of victims of crime, victims of domestic abuse and autistic people. I wanted the chance to do more for the people I care about. I've been denied that because the party around me just can't get its proverbial together. And I'm not going to use a four-letter word, even though we're well after the watershed.
Robert Buckland, Clive Myrie here. I mean, there is going to be a battle for...
Blimey. quite powerful stuff there. Get rid of that then. So strong words there from a clearly angry Robert Buckland. But it does make you think that it does make you get the feeling that the Conservatives have been like rats in a sack. So we've got Newcastle Central.
The Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West constituency. Thank you. The Reform candidate is unwell and has had to leave the count. So I now invite Chianwara to speak. Thank you.
We wish the Reform candidate well there. Ill, not able to make the count, and that's Ashton Muncaster.
Yeah, so again, another seat in the north where low turnout, 54%, a low turnout, but Reform beating Conservatives into second, and it does look like to be the story of the night. So yeah, it's interesting to see how what the correlation is with Leave voting areas. So far we're seeing vote share, Labour 47%, Reform 24%, Conservatives 16%, Greens 6%, up a fair bit. Lib Dems are down, but obviously the majority of those seats are up in the north, where Lib Dems didn't expect to be in play. But that Robert Buckland interview was suggests that things moving forward are going to be, he was really angry, and Buckland, people is seen as one of the sort of calm people in politics. But clearly, he's angry with the likes of Suella Braverman, who've basically been, seeing that the Conservatives facing defeat and positioning themselves for leadership bids. But it's clearly from the Conservatives' point of view, with Reform picking up a third, 2/3, 3/4 of Conservative votes. The Conservatives are going to have to sit down and think, well, how do we get those people back? And I think that it's going to be hard for the Conservatives, because a lot of those people have left Conservative Reform because they're disaffected with the traditional political parties, as well as having sort of views that you would consider to be on the right wing. So we'll see now. We'll so let's see what.
.7%. Labour have it in every single seat. They get a one-seat majority. Where are they now? Just slightly shy of 11%. So that would have them, if it was 11% swing in every single seat, on an extra 98 seats. So you're thinking to yourself, how come this is an extraordinary night for Labour with what seems to be a fairly modest swing so far? Now, okay, as we get more results, the swing may go up. At the moment, if it's 11%, if you simply paint them in logically, these seats are all Labour and these seats stay Conservative. But here's what's actually happening. In places where they need a bigger swing, Labour are getting it. So have a look at what our exit poll is projecting. And I'm just going to wash the red across the right-hand side of the screen here, and you will see. This is the remarkable thing about Labour's performance, is that where they didn't need a very big swing, for example, in their own already seats, they haven't got one. Instead, they've targeted seats they desperately need. Maybe they're in second place to the Conservatives. And it looks like, from our exit poll, predictions only, at 13%, they're taking all the seats. At 14%, they're taking nearly all of them. At 15, and you know what? We should move it around a bit more. Where does this very targeted Labour swing stop? This is the secret of Labour's victory, if victory it is. This, remember, is our prediction. It's our exit poll. But it shows them possibly in Romford, Redditch, Herne Bay, getting seats on a swing of 20%. Now, part of what's happening is the targeting of the Labour vote. The other thing is that the Conservatives seem to be hemorrhaging most in places where they're stronger. So for them, it really is a perfect storm.
All right, Jeremy, thank you for that. It's interesting, isn't it?
You promised a swingometer. It's an absolute swingometer, for a very, very fancy swingometer indeed, ready for 2024.
It's not even a real swingometer, it's a virtual.
Yeah, so interesting to see, you know, the analysis there, that Conservatives, although it's early days, appear to be performing worse. Worse in their stronger seats. And as I said before, yeah, so it does look like the Conservatives are basically losing the majority of their support to reform. So there's going to be lots of soul searching and re-evaluating. So BBC currently in Islington North, where Jeremy Corbyn. So the count is going on in Islington. So again, we're going to start, I don't know, in 10 minutes, next hour, and we're going to start getting sort of quite a lot of seats coming through. So it's going to start getting interesting. Welsh seat. Declarations. Right, 1 o'clock. Darlington is one that we're hoping to get through next. And I think the first Welsh seat is expected to be Wrexham, which is due at 1:30.
From EnglishForums.com. 6:30.
Alexa, stop. I don't know why Alexa's decided to chip in there. But I think it's about 3 o'clock is when the big sort of numbers start coming through. 3 to 3:30. 4 o'clock is when we expect to hear Clacton, Boston, Skegness and Ashfield. So Richard Tice, Lee Anderson and Nigel Farage. And then by 5, the last results should be coming in. So we're going to go until we get a few, well, most of the Welsh seats come through. Hopefully, but so so David C.C. Davis says he's expecting to lose. Yeah, so it'll be only 6 of 650 declared so far. But hopefully we'll start getting those numbers, those results coming through. Yeah, so nothing from Wales yet. As I say, it's the seats at the moment that have been declared. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think 7 seats have declared, and 6 seats declared. 5 in the north and 1 in the south in Swindon. But it has been quite surprising. The turnout and whether that turnout does appear to be low. Yeah, so they're currently in BBC currently in Ashfield. Well, they're not hearing what's going on there. So yeah, so it's Chessington, Stockport. So getting a few filling time at the moment. As I say, it's another incredibly, we'll have been on air for coming up for 3 hours in 5 minutes time. And you're still sticking with us. We're up to 400 people who have joined us now. Right, I think time for a cup of coffee. So I will leave you with some different music. There we are, some nice music. And see you after 1 o'clock. Diolch yn fawr iawn. $400 now. Very, very angry. Swindon, Welsh bloke, Conservative, has just been on there doing the speech, very, very angry.
This is a selection of Wales.
I was advising a book business to values. Not on January. Let's say rather than charge with the nice woods, still the voters will be able to back, will top up. Those interesting. I think that would be if you, especially if you've got a bigger battery, that means you've got one battery, leave it, and you can add another to that one, add another one to the side of it. Oh, hello, I'm back. So, anybody else getting excited for the potential of Welsh seats? The exit poll suggests that Craig Williams, remarkably, may well hold on to his seat, as he will be elected as an independent, pending the end of the review. And Bob Roberts, one of the, again, we've had some bizarre Conservative, Jamie Wallace in Bridgend, Bob Roberts. So turnout, I'm just going to look at the so see
in the high 70s. They went up actually in
So you can see
1992, you know, just peaking there at a little bit below 80%. Then you see something of a decline after 1997 when Tony Blair came in. We have Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson. The eagle-eyed amongst you will say, well, where is Liz Truss? And there were no elections fought when Liz Truss was Prime Minister, which is why she is not up here on our chart. So at the moment, we are suggesting 54%. Now, that will change over the night, because obviously we've got many, many, many more results to come in. But it looks as if, our number crunchers are suggesting, it looks as if we might be on course in 2024 to have a turnout roughly around what there was in 2005. So that was the election, Tony Blair's third victory, and that was a turnout there of roughly 60% or so, a little bit higher than 60%. Anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on that, but that is where we are at the moment, Laura. Rita, thank you. It's really interesting to see it in that historical context when you see that.
yeah, so interesting to see the turnout, because again, one of the things I picked up on social media, and shows you how social media can potentially be misleading, was, you know, talk of very high turnout. It doesn't, that at the moment doesn't seem to be the case. We're on course actually potentially to have one of the lowest turnouts. So low turnout is, you know, is the Conservative vote stayed at home. Have Reform been able to mobilise their vote in enough numbers? Again, a low turnout, I would imagine, would mean that they haven't potentially done that. And in Wales, again, it'll come down to who's managed to get the vote out. Do you like my T-shirt, by the way? My Penscano T-shirt. If you'd like a Penscano T-shirt, send me a message. I can let you know where you can get hold of one of those. We're now over 400 people viewing. Remarkable. So Lib Dems are confident of doing well. But I think what's going to be interesting is Wales and Scotland. So in Northallerton, Count Binface is hoping to defeat Rishi Sunak. He does actually have some quite good policies, I think, old Binface. Obviously, he's from another planet. So it's quite interesting to see, how somebody from a different universe fares in our elections. Yeah, so there's suggestions that Reform's 13 is looking high in the exit poll. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting night. So yes, 3 hours in. What are you drinking? I'm on Diet Coke and coffee. I feel sorry for my dentist who has to look into my mouth at 9:30 this morning. So I'm definitely going to try and go until 4 a.m. That's going to be right. Right, so sorry, bear with me. I'm just trying to find some information. What's the matter? So Keir Starmer is due to be at a count in Camden around 2 o'clock. It'll be a sort of smiling face as he comes in. But it's all very quiet on the old social media. I'm not getting many messages on the old WhatsApp saying what they're hearing in the counts. So it'll be interesting to know what's happening. Right. Right, sorry, I'm just sending some messages out to my sources across Wales to see what are they hearing on the jungle drums. So Bristol Central, Greens are looking confident apparently, and there are tears in the Labour camp where Thangham Debonair was remarkably quite unpopular. What's interesting, the Greens apparently, it's younger people who were getting their vote up. So what are you seeing on the other coverage? Channel 4, S4C, BBC? So it's quite remarkable, actually, that Ian Duncan Smith isn't out of the race in Chingford. Apparently, he could actually be keeping his seat. He was had a 1% chance of keeping his seat, but apparently he could be doing better there. Neil Kinnock apparently has told Radio 4 and 5 Live, rejoice, rejoice, but even the rejoicing is tinged with concern about what our new government will face, and that's a sobering thought. Yeah. It's interesting to see the sort of Labour support isn't increasing as much as you would expect. So at the moment, only 7 seats have declared. So waiting for the floodgates to open. So Wrexham is due in about 20 minutes. Let's see if I can hear from... finding out what's happening in Wrexham. Yes, so 1:15. We did think that some of the counts would be delayed because of high turnout. At the moment, turnout isn't that high, but it is limited to only 7 seats. So the story could change quite substantially over the coming couple of hours. But within about 3 hours, we should have a full picture of what's going on. But again, you know, if turnout is low, and at the moment it's at the same level of the sort of low of I think Blair's 3rd victory. So you know, we're looking at very low turnouts, which suggests voter apathy clearly towards Conservatives. You know, that's obvious. Apathy towards Starmer's offer. Apathy towards Farage's offer. You know, if we end up with the evening with almost half of the UK population not casting their vote, that is quite a sort of disturbing statistic. I remember when Thatcher was elected, turnout was up around 80%. So, you know, why are people disenfranchised with politics? Is it what they're hearing on social media? Is it, you know, are they being lied to excessively? I think that is an issue. You know, we've seen in Wales certain political parties trotting out very misleading statistics. I'm sure you've seen the Labour want to give illegal immigrants £1,600 a month, which has been debunked because obviously that money was a pilot for young people coming out of the care system. Some of those would potentially be immigrants, but it was a specific sort of cohort. And I've witnessed myself when I lived in Wrexham. after the Iraqi war, where we had asylum seekers from Iraq coming to live in Wrexham. Just the, going back before social media, but the word of mouth that these people were being given cars, mobile phones, sort of benefits. The reality was complete, was far from what was being claimed. But again, it was causing tensions, and I think that's the big issue and I think that's why immigration has become such a hot topic, is that people are looking for someone to blame for their own, their own poor situation, and rather than actually looking at the real reasons or discussing those real reasons. We're not getting them now. So, Janet, up north, Rachel Reeves about to be announced. This could be quite exciting. So, Rachel Reeves, who is going to be our Chancellor, has been seen as being quite conservative in her views. Of sticking to what the Conservatives have been doing. Yeah. So it looks like Jeremy Corbyn may well be
that would not be just bad news. It would really take the shine off some of this enormous.
So Northumberland is about to be called. So we'll go and take this.
Declaration for the seats of Cramlington and Killingworth.
The Cramlington and Killingworth parliamentary constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Campion, Liberal Democrats, 1,898. Gordon Fletcher, Reform UK, 9,454. Emma Foodie, Labour and Cooperative Party, 22,274. Dawn Furness, Independent, 322. Ian Jones, the Green Party, 2,144. Scott Lee, Independent, 573. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,592. Matthew Wilkinson, Social Democratic Party, 137. And that Emma Foodie is due.
SDP still going. That's a flashback. So turnout there, 60%. So again, this is one of those new seats. So again, Reform coming second, but a big majority for Labour. So a relatively low So again, looking at that there. So again, Labour 47%, the Reform and Conservatives together 39% still wouldn't be getting. So yes, it's interesting. So Reform, they're not winning seats, but their share of the vote appears to be creeping up. Yeah. So yeah, so let's see how the Lib Dems could be faring tonight.
For the Liberal Democrats, doesn't it? And let me just, you mentioned just a moment ago boundary changes, and I guess we need to start from that point, because I just got to explain this key issue of the boundary changes and how we actually set the starting point for these comparisons. A lot of this map has changed since last time. In order to make comparisons with last time, we've fed the 2019 vote through the new boundaries. And on that basis, the Lib Dems are defending just 8 seats, basically, from the last election. Just 8. But this was their target list. So let's have a look at the Lib Dem target list with the most juicy target, Carshalton, the narrowest Conservative win on the list, North East 5, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, Nick Clegg's old seat, South Cambridgeshire, Cheltenham, etc. So there's 50 seats on this board here, all won by other parties. Carshalton, the easiest for the Lib Dems to take. And we'll look now at what we think under the exit poll will happen. And once again, underline, this is just a projection. So have a look at that. That's why I say a great night for the Lib Dems, great day for all those water sports Ed Davey was doing in the campaign. Carshalton goes, North East 5, Wendy Chamberlain back there, Wimbledon, Sheffield, Hallam, back with Nick Clegg and his party, or Nick Clegg, the former MP. Finchley, this is Thatcher's old.
So it looks like a good night for the Lib Dems. According to that exit poll, Finchley, Margaret Thatcher's old seat, somewhere that I've lived in the past, leafy suburb of North London, could be going to the Lib Dems. And it's interesting to see here, so Ceredigion Preseli was one of their key seats. But that looks now to be a relatively safe Plaid Cymru seat. So yeah, interesting. So with Lib Dems is picking up of seats across the southeast and southwest, and winning some seats in Scotland. But whether that's the case, I think Scotland and Wales are the outliers in the exit poll because of the size of the sample. But it'll be interesting to see what happens there. So yeah, so it sounds as though Alan Cairns may well be losing his seat, but second, as it stands, they're only halfway through the count, so it's difficult to tell. But it does look like Labour to win that with a significant majority, Tories second, with Reform third, and Plaid a distant fourth, which is as expected. Yeah, so Wrexham. No news from Wrexham. Yeah, so we're still going strong. We're well over 400 people joining us now, which is remarkable. I have to admit, I thought I'd be sat here by myself. So thank you very much for joining me. You've made my evening. So yeah, so it's. I think we're going to find that reform will perform well in Wales, better than they do in Scotland. So what sits behind that? I think it's interesting, especially in former Labour strongholds where people from have never voted Conservative for historic reasons. There's a lot of people in those areas who have Conservative views but haven't had a political home. Reform offering those people that home. So I think it's in Wales. I think we will see Reform picking votes, but picking them up from Labour, as opposed to in England where they're mainly being picked up from the Conservatives. So yeah, it's an interesting night. 1:30, 3.5 hours. Hopefully within the next 2.5 hours, we should have a pretty good picture of what's happening and what's going on. So as I say, it appears in Scotland that people wanting change from the Tories and being dissatisfied with the SNP's performance in Holyrood, which is interesting when you think about the perspective in Wales, where arguably the Welsh Labour administration have performed worse than the SNP, but seem to have been getting a free ride. So again, turnouts, I'm hearing from other parts of England, 55, 57%. So the turnout does generally appear to be low, which is for me a surprise. So low turnout could explain Reform performing well. People motivated, wanting change, going out there, and sort of a charismatic leader in Farage. Yeah.
5 prime ministers, 7 chancellors. People wanted change, and people have voted for that in huge numbers. And I think the overarching theme of this election is the seats that Labour are winning and the seats that Labour look to win, including some seats potentially that Labour has never won before, that we are on course to pick up this evening because of the change that Keir Starmer has brought to the Labour Party.
It does seem, though, that more Conservative voters may be switching to Reform rather than moving their votes across to you. I mean, if that comes to pass, and actually Nigel Farage's party was more attractive to voters willing to move than Keir Starmer's Labour Party was, what kind of verdict do you think that would be?
Well, let's see how the night unfolds. We haven't had that many results yet, and so far it's been Labour that's been picking up seats, including directly from the Conservatives, for example, in Swindon. That is good news for Labour, and we are on course of being able to provide the strong leadership that this country needs, with a strong mandate to deliver the change that we set out in our manifesto, to bring stability back to the economy, to create those 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, the recruitment of 6,500 new teachers in our state schools. So that's what we sought a mandate for, and we very much hope tomorrow to be able to start getting to work on that job.
But in terms of the enthusiasm for the Labour Party, I mean, as you point out, it's just an exit poll. It is still early in the night. We haven't had that many real results. But the exit poll does point to an absolutely thumping majority for Keir Starmer. And yet it also suggests that Labour's share of the vote is up around 1%, and the Reform share of the vote appears to be up around 14%. Are you confident that Labour will not lose seats to the Reform Party tonight?
Well, let's see what happens on that seat-by-seat basis. But if the results unfold in the way that it looks likely, this is going to be an almost unprecedented landslide majority for the Labour Party. That will give us the mandate to make the changes that our country needs. People are crying out for change, and it looks like people are putting their trust in the Change Labour Party under Keir's leadership. And it's now up to us to repay that trust by starting to deliver on the things that we set out during the course of this election, to bring stability back to our economy, wealth creation and jobs and opportunities in all parts of the UK, to tackle the cost of living crisis. That is the change that our country needs, and that is the change that I know that Keir and the whole team is determined to deliver if we have that chance from tomorrow.
Rachel Reeves, Clive Myrie here, but are you confident that you're going to be able to deliver in the way that you would like to, given that you've signed up to the fiscal rules of the previous government, if you do win eventually this evening? You have put yourself in a straitjacket. You are not going to raise taxes, at least on those that are out there, concerning your tax lock, as it were, no rises in VAT, national insurance and income tax. You're going to be in a very straitened and difficult position. And yet you're saying that you're going to be able to deliver for all those people who now have put faith in you. How are you going to do that?
So everything in our manifesto is fully costed and fully funded. So we have set out in the manifesto the immediate injection of cash we will provide for our public services, the 6,500 new teachers in our state schools paid for by closing the loophole whereby private schools don't pay VAT or business rates today, closing the tax loopholes whereby non-doms still are not paying their fair share of tax in the country that they make home. And we will put that money into our National Health Service. So an immediate injection of cash. But what we sought at this election was a mandate to grow our economy. And that requires tough decisions and difficult conversations and fights ahead, for example, on our planning system. But we're determined to bring growth back to Britain. I talk to so many investors and businesses who say they've got money to invest, but they're choosing not to invest in Britain today because of the lack of stability, because of a planning system that is stacked against actually getting stuff built in Britain. we're going to turn that around to make Britain a great place to invest, working in partnership with business so that we can unlock those opportunities for wealth creation, for prosperity, good jobs in all parts of the country. And in the end, it's only through growing our economy that we're going to have the money that we need for our public services, and also to start improving living standards for ordinary working people and pensioners as well. So that's a mandate we sought at this election, to grow the economy. And that's the work that I intend to crack on with if I have that chance as Chancellor as part of a Labour government.
Yeah, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown.
So, it's difficult to be inspired from that. It's hoping to grow the economy is going to be a huge challenge. From a Welsh perspective, they're going to have less than 2 years to show growth, people feeling better off before the Senedd elections, and that's what people are going to be voted on. So growing the economy, can it be done? So it's interesting to see how that's going to be delivered. It's there's very little detail in that, but again, we'll see. We're going to start building, and Rachel Reeves claims that there are companies who want to invest in the UK, but they're currently not. And she'll be the Chancellor of the Exchequer in a few hours' time. So, Alex, anything on Llanelli here? I'm not hearing anything from Llanelli at the moment. Again, if there's anybody out there, are you hearing anything? Let us know. As I said, it does sound, from something like the Vale of Glamorgan, that Reform are doing well, and Labour doing well. But that seems to be the trend across the UK. It'll be interesting to see in seats further west, because Llanelli is one of those seats where Plaid Cymru on the ground was said to be performing well, but that's something we've heard before, and it hasn't actually materialised. But it does look as though Labour have been focusing their efforts in Caerfyrddin as opposed to Llanelli. So maybe they thought Llanelli was a safer proposition. So 20-2, we were expecting Wrexham by this point. Right. So Liz Truss in South West Norfolk. It doesn't. They're saying that they're not sure whether her she has won. Reform is performing better than expected. But again, that means if Reform are doing well, as they have been in other seats, taking away 2/3, 3/4 from Conservatives. Yeah, and an independent there as well, who seems to be taking taking votes away from the Conservatives. So it's going to be quite interesting, because if Reform don't deliver many MPs, but they do take away substantial votes from Conservatives, there's going to be a lot of anger within Conservative ranks, pointing in the direction of Nigel Farage. And whatever you think of, the machinery, the Conservative is, it is a big beast, and it is a party that does have, resources, and people with money who back them. So they think that Gillian Keegan, who is the current Education Secretary in England, the Lib Dems are confident that they've taken that seat. So first, and she had a majority of 19,000, so that's a cabinet minister potentially losing her seat. So it'll be interesting to see how many potential recounts there could be tonight. I would imagine there will be quite a few seats in Wales that will be potentially subject. Yeah, so Wrexham, come on Wrexham, going to move on. So I'm just looking now, 49% turnout at Aberafon Maes Teg. So that's a new seat that was made up of sort of Neath, Port Talbot, and a bit of Ogmore. So the Llanvi Valley, which is Maes Tegin, went over to Aberafon. And then the Garw and Ogmore valleys went over to the Rhondda. Yeah, so the turnout in 2019 was 66%. It looks like that is down to around 62%. But again, yeah. So interesting times. So again, in Wrexham, Reform think that they're doing very, very well there. So Labour leading there, but obviously Reform are doing well. Yeah, sorry, I'll just bring back into Scotland in a bit. So right. So the Greens are sounding optimistic in Brighton. And it sounds as though in Bristol it's early days in the count there, but it does sound like the Greens are doing very, very well there. But they're not expecting that count in Bristol until 3:15. That's interesting. So in Bristol, where people are saying that because Labour are seeing a landslide, that people have been feeling that they can vote Green in Bristol because it's not going to harm Labour's overall numbers. So again, it's an interesting dynamic. You know, if that was sort of repeated nationally, it'd be a big difference. But it would be very interesting. It'll be very interesting to see. But for me, the big story for tonight is the fall in turnout. I genuinely thought the turnout was going to be much, much higher. Right. So we're still waiting for yeah, so we're still waiting for the first right, so just getting the turnout figures for Monmouth. Turnout is 68%, which is decent turnout. But it's down from 75% in 2019. So Monmouth is somewhere that does enjoy voting. So Virginia Crosby apparently is it's unlikely that she's going to be doing any interviews tonight, which suggests that she's realised that Ynys Môn has gone. Labour sources again insisting don't think Reform will get anywhere near 13 seats. So Clwyd North, 55% turnout, down 12%. Mid-South and Pems, 59%, down 12%. Vale of Glam, 61%, down 9%. Aberystwyth Teg is shocking, 49%, down 14%. Neath, Swansea East, 52, down 7%. Llanelli, 57%, Caerfyrddin, 62%. Bangor Aberconwy, 60%, that's down 10%. Rhondda and Ogmore, where I live, 48%, down 10%. Pontypridd, 52%, down 10%. Bridgend, 56%, down 10%. Ynys Môn, 61%, down from 70. Yeah, it's turnout is surprisingly low. Because as I said, and I'm sure a lot of other people thought that based on social media, that turnout was going to be high. So, like I say, 66% was a turnout in 2019. I'll be surprised if it's in sort of high 50s. So again, in the Vale of Glamorgan, I say it says that Labour were concerned about the their vote, but it does sound from the count that it's they are performing better. But what I'm hearing from a lot of people is, oh, let me see now.
Snedker, Green Party, 2,847. Simon Thorley, Liberal Democrats, 1,735. Michael Walker, Reform UK, 6,852. I've got to deal with the rejected ballot papers. 121 ballot papers were rejected. There were no rejections for want of an official mark. There were 21 rejections for voting for more than one candidate.
So Labour have taken the seat of Darlington from the Conservatives. They took it in 2019. And it is Lola McAvoy who has taken it there from the GMB Union rep, 16,621. The Conservatives in second.
So Darlington, 60% turnout in Darlington. Labour winning with a majority there, 2000, so taking back Darlington from the Conservatives. But what's interesting there, that Reform vote there did make the difference. So you could state, point out that Reform yeah. So you can see that Labour not moving much, but it's the collapse of the Conservatives with, but basically had Reform not stood, yeah, interesting. So Labour are winning seats, but it does seem to be that it's Reform handed them that seat. They are doing well. But it's things. Right, I'm going to go for a comfort break. I will leave you with
number 14 on their list, and it's quite a bellwether seat. It was Labour during the days of Tony Blair, and then Conservative during the Cameron years. But Simon Ofer, who's a local GP, is now the new Labour MP for Stroud with a majority of 11,400 plus. And look, turnout 71%. Now it's high in Stroud. People have really come out to cast their vote here. Take a look at the vote share. Labour up by 5%. The Conservatives right down 20% of their votes lost since 2019. Reform up 10%. So another strong performance there by Reform. And the swing here from the Conservatives to Labour is 12%. Now, Labour only needed 2% to take Stroud. So they've done it with bells on, really. Laura, Clive.
All right. Thank you, Rita. We should just bring you the Nuneaton result. Classic bellwether seat here. Tory under the Thatcher and Labour under Blair. Well, Labour have taken it from the Conservatives. That Nuneaton seat there. A nursery manager, Jodie Gosling, 15,216 votes, beating government whip. And on the Tory right, Marcus Jones, 11,737. And the turnout, again, disappointing, 57%, but the majority, 3,479, and Reform coming in with a healthy 9,059.
Prime Minister campaigning there just the other day.
Right.
So even those seats where Rishi Sunak has been out on the stump himself, it didn't save them in that particular seat, not in Nuneaton, which, as Clive said, is one of those absolute classic seats around the country that tends to vote with the prevailing wind of the nation. So let's look at the numbers in a bit more detail. You can see again, look, Labour up 5%, which is significant, but not overwhelming. The Tories crashing by 32%. That is falling off a cliff. What does it mean for the swing? Tory to Labour, 19%. So a very, very significant swing there in Nuneaton, which is exactly the kind of seat where Labour had to be making significant progress. Signs so far tonight showing that that is absolutely what they're doing.
Quick nugget from Basildon and Billericay. We're talking about the recount there involving the Conservative Party chairman, the Labour leader of the local council, saying there are 20 votes in it.
Oh, a nail biter. Nail biter.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
All right. Yeah, a quick tally of where we are so far this evening. It is coming up to 2 o'clock. In the morning, Labour are on 13 seats, up 4. The Conservatives have a single seat, and they're down 5. The Liberal Democrats up 1 with 1 seat. Reform, no seats, but we've talked a lot this evening so far about their vote share, and the Greens on no seats yet so far. There's a long time to go.
There is.
Lots going on, and you've just...
I think I've got a mouthful of banana.
Mouthful of bananas. Well,
Yeah,
we need
don't
our
show
energy.
that.
We need our energy.
Right. We can welcome a new duet to the table while you two muck about and talk about your snacks. Joining us is Dame Margaret Hodge, long-term Labour politician, now on her way to the House of Lords.
Yes, indeed.
We understand. And Lee Kane, who was Boris Johnson's Director of Communications and one of the people who was part of the 2019 campaign that turned the red to blue. And now tonight, it seems that you are seeing the blue being turned back to red again. I mean, what has happened that has smashed to bits that group of voters, that victory that you were part of putting together in 2019?
So, I was with Boris Johnson when he wrote and delivered the speech where he told that new coalition, thanking them for lending us the vote. You lent us this vote. And he went on to saying that the people here want change. And we cannot, and we must not let them down. And we did. And that is the fundamental reason why we're seeing people deserting the Tory party in droves.
One of the reasons, though, people might say that they've switched to Labour, and we're just watching pictures of Ashton underline, you can see there in the corner of your screen, because that's the seat of Angela Rayner, the Labour deputy leader. So we're watching because she might walk in that door in a matter of moments. Many people watching tonight might think it wasn't just that you didn't do the things that you promised you would do in 2019. It's also because of the way that Boris Johnson went on to govern. And it's also because of things about Partygate. But we'll get to that. Declaration in Barnsley. Let's take you straight there.
For each candidate at the election is as follows. Baker, Penny, Liberal Democrats, 1,336. Devoy, Tony, Yorkshire Party, 603. Fisher, Neil, Independent, 616. Hayes, Tom, Green Party, 1,805. Jarvis, Dan, Labour Party, 18,610. Kovacs, Tamas, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,083. Lomas, Robert, Reform UK, 10,799. And Palencius, Yanis, English Democrats, England's National Party, 42. And there were 114 spoilt ballots.
So
I therefore
again,
duly
you see
declare
there,
Dan
a seat in the north of England, Barnsley North, which has been held by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister, Dan Jarvis, a former military man. He has beaten Reform into second place. They're on 10,799 votes. That was one of the seats where Reform had hoped to make some progress, where there were some...
133.
We're going to go straight to another declaration.
Lee Anthony Farmer, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,584. Anne Christine Forsyth, Green Party, 3,794. Darren James Longhorn, Yorkshire Party, 404. Rachel Reeves, Labour Party, 18,976. Dan Walker, Liberal Democrats, 1,743. Sasha Watson, Social Democratic Party, 79. Andrea Whitehead, Reform UK, 6,281. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 121. I hereby declare that Rachel Reeves is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Leeds West and Pudsey constituency.
The woman highly likely to become the next Chancellor of the Exchequer, the first woman to hold that job. And she's about to give her victory speech. Let's listen in.
Thank you. It is a huge honour and a privilege to have been returned as the Labour Member of Parliament for Leeds West and Pudsey. Let me begin by thanking the returning officer, the counting agents, the polling clerks and the police who make elections possible. Let me also thank the other candidates in this contest for the campaigns that they have run. I want to thank my team, all our Labour councillors and everyone who has volunteered in Armley, Bramley, Carvley, Farsley and Pudsey. I could never list all of those whose support and friendship I have been so grateful for these last 14 years or more. But special thanks must go to my election agent, Joe Fiddis, and also to my predecessor, John Battle, whose help and generosity have been invaluable for so many years.
Right.
A word to...
So, I'm back. Rachel Reeves there, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Winning quite comfortably. So the seats that come through now: Leeds West, Labour have held; Barnsley North, Labour have held; Knowsley, Labour have held. Yeah, so it's clearly that those seats are coming through now. Yeah, so waiting for those. So I think, is that Bridgend is being declared at the moment? So, first Welsh seat to declare Bridgend. So Chris Elmore, who was the MP for Ogmore, his seat disappeared. So he shifted south to Bridgend and Porthcawl. So he continues as an MP, but in a different seat. Yeah, so Bridgend and Parliamentary constituency, Bridgend and right. Obviously, the Bridgend constituency has changed slightly. Yeah, so the boundaries have moved there. So just waiting for the What's interesting, I noticed in Bridgend, was the amount of placards that were up for Mark John, who was one of the Bridgend independents. Quite a large presence. Sort of publicly, but whether that converted to seats or not is difficult to tell. So, right. So, let's see now. Just get the Wales. Too many tabs open. Right, Wales politics. Right. Right, so again, based on Bridgend, Labour 40%, similar to how they performed previously. Reform 19%, so coming second there. Conservatives third with 16%, down 30%. But again, interestingly, Reform, Conservative, their vote together would have done that. Plaid Cymru did very, very well, 8.8%, up 3.6%. And the Greens as well, doubling their sort of vote up to 4.3. Yeah, so Bridgend, I think we were a bit surprised that they declared as early as they did.
Andy Bentley, Green Party, 2,366. Flo Klukas, Liberal Democrat, 2,086. Debbie Hicks, Independent, 260. Scott Victor Abbas Hunter, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 139. And 39. Will Stone, Labour Party, 17,930. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,827. Les Willis, Reform UK, 7,557.
So
there
yeah,
were
so looking at
124 rejected ballot papers, and the turnout at this election was 60.48%. And I do hereby declare that Will Stone is duly elected.
So another Labour MP taken from the Conservatives, another.
So that was another seat where potentially the Reform vote took away enough Conservative votes for Labour to win. I'm just looking at the Bridgend results. So Chris Elmore, 16,500, 41%. Reform, second with just under 8,000 votes. Conservatives, 6,700. Plaid, 3,600 in fourth. Mark John of the Bridgend Independents, 3,300. and the Greens 1,700. I would imagine that the Bridgend Independents will be disappointed with that, seeing as they have quite a big representation on the council in Bridgend. But again, I think it's an issue for them is that nobody knows what they stand for. Yeah, so interesting. Blaenau Gwent and Rumney turnout 43%, down 16%. So it does appear that in Wales there's very little appetite for politics, which is quite interesting. So Knowsley, up in sort of north of Liverpool, where the safari park is, Labour have held on to that with a reduced number. Reformed in lieu up 16%, up 10%. Greens did well there, 8% of the vote. So yeah, no, they're interesting. They're coming through now. Swindon North, Labour gain. Blackpool South, Labour gain, and that this Blackpool South would have been one of those places where Reform would have hoped to have done well. They did do well. They came second with 28%, but the Conservatives went down from 48% down to 15%. Castle Point, Conservatives held on there, but it was one of those seats where they had a massive. They halved their support from 76% down to 38%. It was enough to stave off Reform, who got 30% of the vote. Barnsley North, which was one of the seats that Reform were hopeful of gaining, Labour up 13% up to 51%. Reform 30%, Conservatives down. The Leeds West and Pudsey, Rachel Reeves winning there quite easily, but with a small increase in a majority. But again, Conservative vote collapsing. Eastleigh, Lib Dems getting that from the Conservatives. No Reform there. Knowsley said that. Darlington, Labour gaining from the Conservatives, another one of the northern seats. But again, Greens up from 2% up to 7%. Stroud, Labour gained that from the Conservatives. So, Bro Morgannwg, the Vale results coming through now. So again, Labour have won that seat. So Wrexham still to declare, as far as I can see. But it is looking like the 13 predicted seats, 13 or 14 predicted seats for Reform may well have been on the high side. Clearly, they've done well, but it does look like they've taken votes from the Conservatives. Right, let's see. Right, where's this? Right, let me just sorry, just trying to get the latest Welsh results.
O 7.2%. Dyna ni wedi cipio'r sedd, eich ymateb chi?
Wel, mae wedi bod mor anodd dros y blynyddoedd I ail ennill yn y fro. Dwi'n cael tro ar ôl tro. Ni wedi feddwl dyna'r y cyfle I ni ennill y seddi, a dyna'r ni wedi wneud e.
Wedi ennill.
Yeah, so Richard Wyn-Jones there on S4C pointing out that reform basically splitting the vote in the Vale, Bro Morgannwg, and allowing Labour in. So Alan Cairns, who has been previously a minister in the past. So again, somebody who's going to be out of polling. It's going to be interesting to see the people like Cairns, whether they're going to be popping up in the Senedd in 2 years' time. Because obviously with expanded numbers and the closed list, I would imagine that former MPs will be getting first dibs on those seats. So, yeah, interesting times ahead. So from a Welsh perspective, Pen-y-Bont, Bridgend has gone blue to red. Bro Morgannwg, Vale of Glamorgan has gone blue to red. So Kanishka Narayan winning for Labour there. But it'll be interesting to see what's happening in
So mae pethau'n mynd yn dda, chymod mae'n bleidlais ni yn aros, a felly gobeithio'r gorau yw i. Dyn nhw ddim wedi gorffen cyfri eto o gwbl, a felly allai ddim a darogan ddim byd I chi I fod yn onest, ond chymod mae'n bleidlais ni'n dal I fyny, a felly chymod, dwi yn hapus I weid y gwir.
Reit, a dim mwy na hynny, ydych chi'n mynd bod yn ofalus fan hyn ac yn gwrthod deud bod chi wedi colli, ond ydych chi wir ddim yn gwybod, o ddifri ddim yn gwybod?
Na, dwi ddim yn gwybod. Na, dwi ddim yn gwybod. Maen nhw'n dal yn cyfri, a felly gallai ddim a gweud un ffordd na'r llall wrthoch chi. Ond mae'n ple...
So, yeah, Alan Davis, who's standing in the new seat of Caerfyrddin, saying there that the Plaid vote has held up well. So some confidence there. She does appear to be happy, and Ben Lake in Ceredigion is smiling as well. So one assumes that the results are going relatively well in those seats. So I'm going to link up again now with our friends in Scotland. So if you just bear with me, I'll just find the link. Right.
A club that was.
Oh yeah.
You're showing your age, Glenn Daly in the Ashfield Club. Oh my goodness.
Right. Okay, you ready? You ready, Brian?
We're going to go back to our colleague Douglas in Aberdeen.
No, it's Hugh, I think.
Oh, so I'm so sorry. We're going back to Hugh Marshall in Wales.
Croeso, bore da. Good morning.
So sorry. So I don't know if you've
I got my coffee here.
There. We just heard about the first Labour gain in the Dale of Glamorgan in Wales.
Yeah, so there's two seats have been declared. So Vale of Glamorgan, which was Alan Cairns, who was former minister. He was Secretary of State for Wales for a time, and that was taken by Labour. And it's one of those seats that Labour have found it difficult to win in the past. But it does look like the Reform vote there gifted that one to Labour. But also Bridgend has announced. So Bridgend is one of the newly, because obviously we've gone from 40 down to 32, so they've rejigged some of the seats. And Bridgend was Conservative at the last election, and that's gone Labour as well. So Chris Elmore, who was the MP for Ogmore, his seat disappeared. And he then moved to stand in Bridgend. So they've won those two seats. But I've just been looking at S4C's coverage. So it looks in Caerfyrddin, Carmarthen, one of the new seats, Anne Davis, who's standing for Plaid there. She did have a smile on her face and was saying that the vote was holding up well there. So some confidence there, but too early to call. They're still counting the votes. And Ben Lake in Ceredigion was looking positive, but it does sound in Ynys Môn, Anglesey, Virginia Crosby, the Conservative there, she won't be doing any, she's told the media she's not doing any interviews. So it sounds like she's lost that. So whether that goes to Plaid or Labour is too early to call. So still waiting for seats to come through, but they'll start coming through in the next hour or so. But yeah, no, it's interesting. But all are doing well in the ones that have been sort of announced, and I think that's going to be something sort of common across Wales. It's interesting in Wales where traditional Labour voting areas that have never voted Conservative, especially the old coal mining areas, for obvious reasons, have never voted Conservative and never would vote Conservative. Reform appears in those areas to be finding people who were Labour voters who may have had more right-wing views, and they're finding a home with Reform. So those Reform votes will be coming from Labour, because in many of those seats Labour were 70-80% of the vote. But the one thing that's come from Wales so far is the turnouts. One of the turnouts is 43%. Quite a few of them are under 50%. Turnout in 2019 across the board was 66%, but it looks as though it's going to be, sort of struggling to get into the high 50s. So turnout is surprise to me. On social media, everybody was saying, "Oh, I've never seen everything so busy," but it doesn't appear to have to come to anything yet.
So, Hugh, I'm presuming that you did vote yesterday, and we were talking about our experiences in the polling stations. Two of us found they were quiet, mine very quiet. We're talking about turnout now as well. So, what was it like when you voted where you are?
Yeah, because like I said, the turnout here, so I'm in the new constituency, Rhondda and Ogmore, and the turnout is under 50%. So I voted very early, around sort of 8 o'clock-ish, and there was a couple of people there, it wasn't that busy. My wife voted later this evening, but the staff there was saying that it had been busier than they were expecting. But it does look as though across the board that the turnout has been quite low. So I don't know what the turnout figures are like in Scotland, but it appears here that Conservatives staying at home, Starmer's message not resonating, and also people just thinking it's a foregone conclusion that Labour are going to win. Reform doing well, but potentially not getting that many people out if the turnout is low. So yeah, it's an interesting mixed bag.
So, do you think that the reason for the low turnouts is because people have thought that there's no point in voting because Labour's definitely going to win, or do you think it's voter apathy?
I think it is apathy, because I think when you look at just looking at the UK numbers, turnout does look low across the board, and we've discussed this on Broadcast Scotland previously, that there's people want change. People have they've literally had a guts full of what has clearly an incompetent, bordering on, I'll choose my words carefully, corrupt Conservative government. They've had enough of that, and I think people wanting change, Labour of offering that change, but I don't see the enthusiasm for Starmer. That when you think about in previous elections, and when you look at the votes, from what I see, Reform looks to be taking away 2/3 to 3/4 of Conservative votes, and Labour are gaining 1/3 or a quarter of those Tory votes. So it makes you think that Labour could have been far more progressive with their policy things. But I can see why they were playing safe. It was just ultra cautious. But I would be surprised with the turnout numbers that Starmer will be elected with a massive majority, but with fewer votes than Corbyn received back in 2017. So that's going to be an interesting one. But just for the sake of my viewers in Wales, because we're sharing this stream now, how are things going in Scotland?
Well, we haven't any results yet. We have suspicions, and turnout figures probably slightly higher than you've been reporting in Wales, but nevertheless down. And of course, Sir John Curtis has said that it's looking to be overall as low as it's been ever. So that's interesting. We're also seeing in the northeast of England, examples potentially of reform gaining some ground with what would have been traditional Labour voters who are just a bit pissed off with things. And that's a parallel. So
yeah,
that's an interesting one too, I think.
Yeah, but I'm surprised because I think, is it Rutherglen is the first one you're expecting?
Yeah, no, haven't had it yet.
So
we're expecting lots of recounts in Scotland. That's the truth.
Yeah, no, and I would imagine that's going to be, because it's some of the counts. It does look as though, just from a Welsh perspective as well, it looks like they're quite slow, because we were hoping by sort of 3:30, but it looks like it's going to be 4:30, nearer to that point. But yeah, interesting. So I will try and join you later on once we've actually got some results.
Yeah, that would be great. We'd look forward to that, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll speak to you later.
Okay, see you later.
We have the Ashfield result. You want to do it? It's
Okay.
Lee Anderson, the first Reform UK winner.
Right. So I believe 30p Lee has won his the first, I was going to say UKIP, Brexit stroke reform seat. And as I say, just talking to colleagues up in Scotland there, they're awaiting the results there. So I think it's going to be an interesting night from Wales and from Scotland. Right, let me see, where's this coming from? Right, I'm just going to get S4C up again there.
$67.
2,567.
Rhys William Jack, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 5,275.
5,275.
Robson Jack, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, Ymgeisydd Plaid Gaethwannol Cymru, 3,775.
3,775.
And the total number of ballot papers rejected was 116.
Cyfanswm y pleidleisiau a wrthodwyd yw 116.
And I do hereby declare that the said Alex Davies-Jones is duly elected.
Ac yr oedd i drwy hyn yn datgan bod Alex Davies-Jones wedi llawnedol dros etholaeth Pontypridd.
Dyna ni, felly Alex Davies-Jones yn cadw ei sedd fel aelod.
Good evening, everybody.
Dyma ni, draw i Wrexham.
The election held on the 4th of July 2024 do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows.
Yr wyf fi sydd am llofnod isod, sef swyddog canlyniadau yn yr etholiad y gynalwyd ar y 4 Orffennaf 2024, drwy hyn yn ysbysu bod y nifer y pleidleisiau a gofnodwyd i bob ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad fel a ganlyn.
Ashton William Paul abolished the Welsh Assembly Party, 480.
Ashton William Paul abolished the Welsh Assembly Party, 480.
Atherton Sarah Elizabeth, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 9,888.
Atherton Sarah Elizabeth, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 9,888.
Dodman Charles William Henry, Reform UK, 6,915.
Dodman Charles William Henry, Reform UK, 6,915.
Martin Rebecca Ann, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 4,138.
Martin Rebecca Ann, Plaid Cymru, 4,138.
Morgan Timothy David, the Green Party, 1,339.
Morgan Timothy David, the Green Party, 1,339.
Ranger Andrew Stephen, Welsh Labour, 15,836.
Ranger Andrew Stephen, Llafur Cymru, 15,000.
So Labour have taken Wrexham from the Conservatives. So again, the Labour increasing their vote substantially. Conservatives in second place, Reform third, with Plaid Cymru with a fair chunk of the vote there, for over 4,000. Abolish the Welsh Assembly, a couple of hundred. Yeah, so the results coming in now. Swansea, so Pontypridd is, let me see now. Yeah, so Swansea West. Right, where's the most recent? So Torsten Bell, who was seen as one of the parachute candidates, winning quite easily there. It was a safe seat, 14,500 votes. Reform coming second with 6,000. Lib Dems third with 4,003. Plaid fourth, 4,100. Conservatives coming fifth there with 3,500. So that's not the a great result for the Conservatives in Swansea. So Pontypridd, again, interestingly, Pontypridd seeing Labour seeing their vote going down. There was some local antipathy towards the sitting Labour MP, with some sort of controversy around campaigners being reported to the police. So yeah, I think that's something, thinking ahead to the Senedd elections, seeing their vote fall in something like Pontypridd is going to be a bit of a concern to Labour. So as I say, we've got 5 seats declared in Wales. Pontypridd, Bridgend, Vale of Glamorgan, Swansea West, Pontypridd and Wrexham. So again, 3 gains from the Conservatives there. So the Conservative disappearance in Wales looks to be happening. I think on a national level, Lee Anderson has won his seat as a Reform candidate, the first to actually do that, because obviously he was a Conservative who defected to Reform during the last campaign, but he's been elected in his own right now, and it's expected that Nigel Farage will join him as the new MP for Clacton. Yeah, incredibly, it's 3:30 in the morning, and there's now 450 of you joining in with us, which is astonishing. As you can see, my voice is starting to go croaky. I'm on my 4th cup of coffee, I think. Yeah, so the results are coming in now, coming in thicker and faster. I always think a good sort of source of information is Britain Elects on nights like these. I'm just looking to see now what so Rochdale, I think one of those seats where the Workers' Party was hoping to win there. Labour have held on just about, even though they lost 18%. So again, it's one of the seats where Gaza would have played into things. Reform up 9%, Conservatives down 20%. So I think they'll be happy with that one. Earwash. People say about Welsh place names being impossible to understand, but Earwash. Anyway, Labour have gained that from the Conservatives, with the Conservative vote collapsing down 30%. Hartlepool have held on to that one, but again, Reform saw their vote go down. The Lee and Atherton, Labour gaining that from the Conservatives, Conservative vote collapsing, with, again, them of that vote leaking over to Reform. Swindon North, another seat where Reform's 17% took that seat away from the Conservatives. So it does look as it is a mixture of how much of Labour's success is down to Reform taking votes away from the Conservatives, as opposed to people voting Labour. So an interesting one, Castle Point, a seat where the Conservatives had 76% of the vote last time, down to 38%, Reform 30%. So you can see where Reform have been taking, votes away from the Conservatives, but it's a general picture of basically
Roberts, Welsh Liberal Democrats. Ian Michael Williams, Reform UK, 7,854. Therefore, I give public notice that Nick Thomas Simmons is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Torfaen constituency.
Safir yn cadw y Torfaen, felly draw ni I gwyr.
Bore da. Ar wy fi, Hugh Evans, sef swyddog canlyniadau yn yr etholiad y gynhaliwyd ar dydd Iau 4 Gorffennaf 2024, drwy hyn yn ysbysu bod nifer y bleidleisiau a gofnodwyd I bob ymgeisydd yn yr etholiad fel y ganlyn.
I, Melanie James, being the returning officer at the election held on Thursday, the 4th of July,
there's some fantastic hats on display
do
tonight.
hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Antoniazzi, Tonia.
Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 20,480.
20,480.
So Labour
Manza,
holding Gower.
Nagoi.
Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Ryddfrydol Cymru, 2,523.
2,593. Erasmus Wayne.
Independent Annibynnol, 283.
283. Evans Chris.
Plaid Werdd Cymru, Wales Green Party, 2,488.
2,488. Jenkins Mark Rhys.
Welsh Conservative Party candidate, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 8,913.
8,913. Pritchard Kieran Thomas.
Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 3,942.
3,942. Thomas Catrin.
Reform UK, 8,530.
8,530.
Ac yr wyf drwy hyn yn datgan bod
And I hereby declare that Antoniazzi Tonia has been duly elected.
So, oh, what happened to my t-shirt now? Let me see background. My background seems to have disappeared for some reason. Technical issues. So, let me see if I can do that. So George Galloway has gone. Right, I will.
I'r newid ers 2019, llafur i lawr eto, 10.2%, Reform i fyny 9%, a'r Ceidwadwyr i lawr 17%. Y gogwydd o lafur i Reform, da ni wedi gweld hwn yn digwydd droion o 4.5%. Dwi jyst eisiau dangos bod SNP wedi colli sedd cynta yn Kilmarnock yn Lawdwng. Llafur wedi cipio, stori wahanol fan hyn. Ac os da ni'n edrych, a ddim drwy'r holl ganlyniadau, ond o ran y ganran, llafur ar 45%, yr SNP ar 33%, y Ceidwadwyr ar 8% a Reform ar 8%. A wedyn, da ni'n edrych ar y newid ers yr etholiad diwetha. Llafur i fyny 26%, SNP lawr 18% a'r Ceidwadwyr i lawr 16%. A'r gogwydd wedyn o'r SNP lafur o 22%. Reit, mae yna ragor o raffeg wedi dod i mewn, nawn ni edrych yn sydyn. Mae Ed Davey, y bungee jumper wedi cadw ei sedd, dyna ni. Llwyth o bleidleisiau, 25,870. Mwyafrif o 17,000. Dyna ni, a gael sydyn i'r ganran 51% gafodd o.
A'r Ceidwadwyr yn ail gyda 17%, Llafur ar 13%, a Reform ar 9%. A'r Newid, mae di mynd lawr. Edif wedi colli rhywfaint i lawr 2%, y Ceidwadwyr i lawr 16%, Llafur wedi cynyddu 3%, a Reform i fyny 8%. A'r Gogwydd o'r Ceidwadwyr i'r Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol o 7.2. Llwyth i'w drafod, a da ni'n croesawu nôl. Angela Reyna gyda llaw dirprwy arweinydd y Blaid Lafur wedi cadw ei sedd, dim surprise yn yna.
George Galloway wedi colli.
George Galloway wedi colli, wedi colli. A pryderon ymhlith y Ceidwadwyr bod Liz Truss wedi mynd. Fysach chi'n croesawu hynny? Helo, croeso nôl.
Mae'n braf cael bod nôl, am hospital pass. Wel, fedrwm cuddio tu ôl yr exit poll mwyaf.
Ie, sori. Ie, Dafydd, cadeirydd y Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, croeso nôl ato ni.
Mae'n braf cael bod nôl.
Liz Truss, heb golli sedd eto, ond dyna'r darogan.
Dwi ddim yn ei ddathlu unrhyw golledion i'r Blaid Geidwadol. Dyn ni'n un deulu hapus i o bryd o gilydd yn anghyd weld, a mae'n dorgol nes gweld Ceidwadwyr ar hyd y lled Cymru'n benodol, y ddalgylch dwi'n ei adnabod ac wedi bod yn ymdrechu dros yr wythnos diwethaf, mae'n colli seddi, ac na, dwi'n mynd darogan gwau unrhyw aelod Ceidwadol.
Ond ydych chi wedi cael ychydig oriau yn ei feddwl, oeddech chi yma'n gynharach. Dechrau gweld pam, dechrau deall, dechrau meddwl be nesa?
Yn naturiol, mae'n amlwg bod y Blaid Geidwadol wedi dioddef chweir etholiadol heno yma. Mae yna gronyn o...
So the SNP results there, not looking brilliant for them up in Scotland. A substantial drop from the SNP to Labour, and it looks as though the unionist votes have shifted over there as well. So it looks like it's going to be a long night for the SNP up in Scotland. But as for Wales, the results are still coming in. Let's see what any latest results coming in. Yeah, so it looks as though the Conservative collapse might be higher than previously thought from the exit polls, due to the level of shift from Conservatives to Reform. So it's not looking good for the Conservatives. So say we've got 7 seats declared in Wales, Saith Sedd o Gymru, all of them Labour, including 3 previously Conservative seats in Wrexham, Bridgend and the Vale of Glamorgan. But I think what we're looking forward to see, I think the South Wales Valley seats, Cardiff, Swansea, will be Labour. I'd imagine Labour will probably take the seats in the Far West in Pembrokeshire. But it'll be interesting to see Caerfyrddin, Ynys Môn, and the 2 Mid-Wales seats, because again, those are seats that have changed the size of the constituency.
Reform ddim yn cael amser i baratoi. Ddim I weld yn dioddau hynny.
Na, mae'n amlwg fod Reform wedi cael crynlwyddiant yn apelio i bleidlais.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see from Reform's point of view where they'll end up the night, but also how the Conservatives position themselves moving forward. Right, we haven't had it for a while. Let's do a bit of a quick Talking Wales promotion.
We're building a community and we want you to be part of it. A news and information service designed to keep Welsh citizens informed, a space where issues that matter and impact our daily lives can be discussed, developing ideas and challenging those in power. Sharing news and information via digital radio, YouTube, social media and online. Using clear, understandable language on the platforms you use most often. It'll be owned by you, our members, serving all of Wales and its people wherever they are in the world. Join us on our journey and help us create a better Wales.
Yes, join us. Visit www.talking.wales. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be launching a community shared issue over the summer where you'll be able to invest and take part ownership of Talking Wales. We are a cooperative with a view of launching the service fully in the autumn, but we've started broadcasting from 11 till 12 on Sundays. We're going to continue to do that and extend our output. And we'll be launching our radio station, which will be available to listen to via our Talking Wales app, which is currently awaiting clearance from Apple and Google in the Android store. So yes, exciting times ahead, and things are developing nicely. Right. So let's have a look to see. Is there anything else being announced at the moment? It's almost 3 o'clock, so the next hour we should see the floodgates open from results wise. See what's happening. So say at the moment, 60 Labour have 68 seats, up 27. Conservatives have 6, down 28. Lib Dems have 3, up 2. Reform have 1, up 1, and others are down 2. So I assume the others include George Galloway. Workers' Party. And it's incredible how many parties there are. So let me see now. So currently, as it stands, Reform, Greens have 6.5% vote share. Greens 18%, Lib Dems 8%, Conservatives 20%, Labour just under 42%, so up 1.5% from the last election. So not a huge shift upwards for Labour, but the Conservatives are down 20%. So it's clear to see that Reform are eating into the Conservative vote. In Wales, I say 8 seats declared, all Labour, with 3 of them gains from the Conservatives. So at the moment in Wales, Labour have 42%, 41.7%, down 3.6%. Reform have 19.2, up 12.9%. Conservatives have 16.9, down 19.2%. Plaid Cymru have 10%, which is up 4%. And Lib Dems 5%, up 1.2%. It's worth pointing out Greens 4.5%, up 2.8%. So Greens, Plaid, Reform will be happy with those. But it is interesting to see that Labour's share, even though they've gained 3 seats, is actually down in Wales. Right, let's hear what.
Part of our democracy, not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve with who've lost children to knife crime, the pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day.
Sir Starmer yn adennill I sedd felly ar darpa'r brif weinidog mwy na thebyg I ni am fynd yn syth am ganlyniad o Rhondda ac Ogwr.
A return to
I, the undersigned, will be the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Rhondda and Ogmore constituency held on the 4th of July 2004, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows.
Dyma ddarganiad o ganlyniad etholiad. Y roi fi sydd yn llofnodiso sef y swyddog canlyniadau gweithredol yn yr etholiad ar gyfer aelod seneddol dros etholaeth Rhondda ac Ogwr ac yn haliwyd ar y 4edd o Orffennaf 2024.
The Rhondda Ogwr is a new seat that saw the Gowan and Ogmore Valleys joining the
Labour, Llafur Cymru, 17,118.
17,118.
Cutler, Owen, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales, 5,198.
5,198.
Francis Gerald Leslie, Welsh Liberal Democrats,
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru,
935.
935.
Glossop Christine, Wales Green Party, Plaid Werth Cymru, 1,177.
1,177.
James Darren, Reform UK, 9,328.
9,328.
Robertson Adam, Welsh Conservative Party candidate,
Ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru,
2,050.
2,050.
The number of ballot papers rejected was 136.
Nifer y pleidleisio athodwyd oedd 136.
And I do hereby declare that the said Chris Bryant is duly elected for the Rhondda and Ogmore constituency.
Chris Bryant yn cael ei ailethol dros y blaid lafur yn Rhondda ac Ogwr. Mae yna gyhoeddiad hefyd yng Nghaerffili.
I, David Street, acting returning officer for the Caerphilly constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Rwy fi, David Street, y swyddog canlyniadau I etholaeth Caerphilly yn datgan fod cyfanswm nifer o bleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn.
H. Steve, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 1,788 votes.
H. Steve, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 1,788.
Chris Evans, Labour and Cooperative Party, 14,538 votes.
Evans, Chris, Llafur ar Blaid Gydweithredol, 14,538.
Gorman, Brandon Phillip, Welsh Conservative Party, 4,385 votes.
Gorman, Brandon Phillip, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 4,385.
Kim Joshua, Reform UK, 7,754 votes.
Kim Joshua, Reform UK, 7,754.
Thomas Mark, the Green Party, 1,650 votes.
Thomas Mark, Plaid Werth, 1,650.
Whittle Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 8,119 votes.
Whittle Lindsay Jeffrey, Plaid Cymru, 8,119.
Therefore, I give public notice that Chris Evans is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Caerphilly constituency.
So again, another couple of seats for Labour, but again, Reform doing well. I say Conservatives not in play in those traditional Labour seats. So it does look like Reform is eating in partially to their vote. Lindsay Whittle from Plaid, he was a Senate member, an Assembly member before it became the Senate. So he has a history of representing Caerphilly. I think Plaid will be happy with the level of support for a general election. It's going to be interesting to see now that the Welsh numbers are coming in. What the percentage of the votes are. It does look as if the Conservatives are performing badly, worse than expected. SNP clearly having a bad night so far, down 3 seats. So hopefully within the next 45 minutes we'll be getting a clearer picture of what's happening in Wales. Yeah, so Grant Shapps, one of the Portillo moments.
33%.
There, as I said, it'll be interesting to
Reform
see
on
what
13. And just look at the share change there. Labour up 9.
he has
The
to say.
Conservatives down 19% and Reform up 13.
And Reform getting twice the vote of the gap between Conservatives and Labour.
Exactly, precisely. And that swing from the Conservatives to Labour in the
So it
seat
looks like
held
Reform
by the
are going to
Defence
be
Secretary,
delivering
14%.
a massive majority for Labour, and
So there'll be the speech from the winning candidate there, of course, the Labour candidate and new MP, Andrew Lewin, but we'll come back to Grant
so
Shapps
will
when
there
we
be
hear from
calls
him. Let's
for,
take you to another declaration in Chingford. Will Ian Duncan-Smith be the latest senior Conservative to lose
Chris
out?
Brody,
Let's listen in.
Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan-Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524. Therefore, I give public notice that Ian Duncan-Smith is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Chingford and Woodford Green constituency.
1,555 votes. Robert Davis, Reform UK, 3,039 votes. Duncan Dunlop, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,649 votes. Scott Alexander Hamilton, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 5,335 votes. Lynn Ann Jardine, Scottish National Party, 10,290 votes. George Caravan, Alba Party, 557 votes. Shona McIntosh, Scottish Greens, 2,477 votes. Therefore, I give public notice that Douglas Alexander is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Lothian East constituency. The total number of votes cast across Lothian East at the UK
Douglas
parliamentary
Alexander
election on the 4th of
is
July
back,
was 48,234.
winning that seat there, Lothian East, east of Edinburgh.
The total number
Labour
of
needed a
ballot papers
3.7%
rejected
swing,
was
and he's done it. The ex-MP and Cabinet Minister is now back in the Commons. And Peter Mandelson,
No ballot papers were rejected because
he's
they
your
did
man.
not bear the official mark.
I'm very glad he's back. He was.
Yeah, so it's looking like a spectacularly bad evening for the SNP.
Would Sam Andrew, Libertarian Party, sydd ddim efo ni heno, who's not with us tonight. 44 o bleidleisiau, 44 votes. Cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd, the total number of ballot papers rejected oedd 79. Ac yr wyf drwy hyn yn datgan bod, and I hereby declare that, Llyn Osmedi sydd wedi ei iawn hethol fel aelod seneddol ar gyfer etholaeth Ynys Môn, has Ynys Môn constituency.
Dyna ni felly, Llyn Osmedi yn cipio Ynys Môn yr unig etholaeth sydd heb newydd I ffinia, wedi magu ar fferm ar yr Ynys ac yn arwain y cyngor ers 2019.
No, big result for Plaid Cymru there. Taking Ynys Môn. I'm just taking
Da
a
iawn
minute to
I
say.
fi yma ar Ynys Môn. Nath rhywun ddeutha fi yn yr ymgyrch yma, Llynos, dwi mor falch bod chdi eisiau bod yn MP. A nes I ddeud, dwi ddim eisiau bod yn MP, dwi jyst eisiau cynrychioli Ynys Môn lle dwi'n garu gymaint. Mae yna neges bwysig iawn wedi bod yn ymgyrch ni yma ac yn ymgyrch Plaid Cymru. Da ni wedi cynnal ymgyrch urddasol, positif a barchus dim ots be ddoth yn ffordd ni. A dyna ydi Ynys Môn. Ga I ddeud I unrhyw ferch ifanc sydd yn meddwl bod hi ddim digon da, mae bopeth yn posib os ydych chi'n gwylio yn eich hun ac yn mynd amdani, a does na nunlla gwell na gwlad y medra I wneud hynny.
So, Plaid Cymru, one of their main target seats, also target seat for Labour. So, big win for Plaid, taking Ynys Môn. So, likely to see Ynys Môn, the new Arfon seat, Ceredigion as 3, and then we'll see what happens with the other seats.
We must not let this happen. We should be clear about what went wrong, put it right, and create a plan to present to the public. And then we must ensure that we present it to them in a way which means we can return within 5 years, not 15 years or longer.
And it's more.
And finally, I just want to say that politics is not a solo affair. So I want to thank all of the staff and advisors who've worked for me over the years in my constituency, in Parliament, and in my many different ministerial offices. To my agent, Nat Chapman, and all of those who've filled his role before him, to the thousands of voluntary party workers who've helped me over the years, and of course to my family, my wife, Belinda.
A visibly shaken Grant Shapps there, sometimes seen as one of the very reliable, strong communicators in the Conservative Party, looking really quite shaken by what has happened to him tonight. He's lost his seat of Welwyn Hatfield, one of those kinds of seats that was Conservative for a long time under him and has now been captured by the Labour Party. They'll be delighted with that scalp there, but a strong message from him, the first losing cabinet minister to publicly say, we have lost it. There will be a new government in the morning. Grant Shapps, of course, not helped by Nigel Farage. You can see waiting for his result in Clacton there. but also pointing the finger at colleagues who failed to agree in public, whose indulgent, to use his words, squabbling, put people off. Now, while we wait for Nigel Farage's declaration, let's take a look with Jeremy at where those Conservative losses are stacking up. In what corners of the country? Jeremy.
Well, Laura, we've actually put all these Conservative seats as they went into the election into a kind of wedge shape. So smallest majorities at this end near the door of Downing Street, and come on down with me and you'll see the wedge get bigger as the seats get safer. So down the far end, some of the safer Conservative seats, the high hexagon means there's a big majority. Okay, so what we shall do now is combine a bit of exit poll and all these real results that are coming in, and let us now have a look at what this wedge of seats has become. So, if you start at this end, you've got the smaller Conservative majorities, very vulnerable seats here, like Lee and Atherton there, just at the end, old majority 293. That went Labour, pushover for Labour in these circumstances. Stroud just here, old majority 2,400, now a Labour majority of more than 11,000. We head on down here, we've got Vale of Glamorgan just here, and Bridgend, which have gone to Labour. So those were relatively vulnerable. As we head down, let's just have a look. Right at the end here, where you had safe seats, Cannock Chase, you can see here, old majority, 19,800, now a Labour majority of 3,500, a 25% swing. So right down the bottom here, where the seats were safest, they still aren't completely safe. And you're seeing here the damage to the Conservatives going all the way down this wedge of seats from the top to the bottom, and it hasn't stopped yet.
For that. We're going to get a sense of what's going on, I think, in Basildon, where the Conservative Party chairman is in the race of his life. There's a recount there. He doesn't look as if he's sure what's going on. We're not sure what's going on, but that would be another big scalp if he loses there in Basildon. They've been on a recount for the last, what, 45 minutes? At least that there. And so, yeah, very, very unsure of the situation there. This is the count in Clacton, where, of course, Nigel Farage is looking to try on his 8th attempt to become an MP. And we were expecting the declaration there from our correspondent Alex Forsyth probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. So one wonders what's going on there as well. But a little bit of a pause in the flow of results that we've been getting, although I can tell you that Labour have held Cambridge, they've held Liverpool Riverside. This is Bath. So this is North Somerset. This is Jacob Rees-Mogg's seat. The suggestion that he was in a tight race there as well. So lots of people standing around at counts at the moment.
That's what happens at counts. They stand around and they're frantically busy. The people who are doing the counting do all the work. The politicians and their staff stand around looking nervous. And then suddenly it all happens. Let's show you what's going on in Glasgow. You can see there Anna Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader, who was being praised to the heavens by Neil Kinnock not so long ago, straightening his tie, ready for an important night where probably there'll be lots of pictures taken of him, but he has been, with the help of Keir Starmer, trying to turn around the fortunes of Scottish Labour after a terrible time where not so long ago they were smashed to bits by the dominant SNP. Our exit poll suggests tonight, as he walks into the counting centre in Glasgow, that that could be reversed. However, we've only had one result from Scotland so far, which was a stunning result for the Labour Party. They took Kilmarnock and Loudoun, which was not on their target list. However, we just don't know at this stage whether that pattern will be replicated. And remember, on the exit poll, which put the SNP down at 10, it's trickier to do that in Scotland because they've got fewer data points, I think Sir John would call them.
He would call them data points. Liberal Democrats, they've taken Newton Abbott from the Conservatives. Martin Wrigley has been elected there. And we're going to Islington North for their
held on Thursday,
declaration.
the 4th of July, 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000. That's 24,120. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 32. 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. That's 2660. Praffel Nagan, Labour Party, 16,873. That's 16873. Martin John Nelson, Reform UK, 1,710. So that's 17110. Total number of ballot papers rejected is as follows. Want of an official mark.
So Jeremy
0.
Corbyn hanging on to that seat there, but not as a Labour MP. He's been the MP there for over 40 years for Labour, but now he's standing as an independent. The Labour candidate coming in second, Peter Mandelson.
The Praffel Nagan, the Labour candidate, be elected because he would have been an excellent MP for Islington North. Like many other people, I canvassed for him, I worked for him, and he really is first rate. My only consolation in this result is that Jeremy Corbyn is not a Labour MP and never will be.
What went wrong here for Labour, though?
What went wrong was very clear.
So, yeah, the results coming in thick and fast. No. Chingford and Wood Green, Conservatives held out. Welwyn Hatfield, Labour gained from Conservatives, again, Reform. It was 3:30. I'm getting a second wind now. Let me see, what's this one saying now?
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111.
Well, in a matter of moments, two big headlines there for you tonight. Nigel Farage, at the 8th time of asking, becomes an MP representing Clacton in Essex as the leader of the Reform UK party, just moments after.
So Nigel Farage finally becomes an MP. So Reform I think, have two representatives. Now, I'll spare you his... actually, no, let's hear what he's got to say.
And thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary.
So again, Nigel Farage pushing the line of them being a new party, even though they've been around in different carnations for about 6-7 years. But it is undeniable that a large chunk of the electorate, be it on a low turnout, have chosen to vote for reform. Whether that in this election is a protest against the Conservative governments that we've had, we'll have to wait and see. But reform couldn't have had a better platform this time round than competing against a fractured Conservative Party. I would envisage that, I don't know, is this going to be a high tide mark? It depends how Starmer's Labour government performs. It's clear that people are going to be scrutinising his performance over the next few years. Right, 3:30. Just going to reopen the BBC just to see what's happening in. Right.
Ynys Môn yn cyfeillgar ac ma'r annifyrwch yna wedi bod dros y blynyddoedd diwethaf, rhywbeth dwi wedi gweld y newid yna. Dwi eisiau bod yn dangos arweiniad yn hynny. Ond y bwysig ydy y llais yma sy'n deall y cynlluniau economaidd sydd wedi angen yma ar yr ynys mwyn tyfu'r economi, mwyn cadw pobl ifanc ni yma a sicrhau bod yn ddyfodol gwell i'n teuluoedd ni yma i fyny. A mae angen y llais yna sy'n mynnu tegwch i Ynys Môn a Chymru mwy nag erioed, achos da ni jyst yn gweld diriliad o flwyddyn i flwyddyn yn yr ansawdd byw yma, a mae rhaid i hynny newid.
A dwi'n mynd i sgwyl i chi lunio polisi reit rwan, ond o ran ymgyrchu dros niwclear, fyddwch chi mor frwd a Virginia Crosby, a dyna fydd na barhad o ran dod ar orsaf newydd i Wilfa?
Y gwahaniaeth mawr rhwng fi a Virginia Crosby ydy byddai ddim yn gorhamantu beth sydd ar y bwrdd. Mae yna orhamantu wedi bod, a mae yna bobl wedi codi gobeithio pan da ni'n gwybod nad oes gan y Llywodraeth unrhyw gynllun iawn ar y bwrdd i ddatblygu unrhyw beth. Be fydda i'n gwneud ydy sicrhau pan fydd y sgwrs yna'n digwydd bod yna gynllun pendant, achos mae codi gobeithio a tynnu nhw oddi ar bobl yn greulon. Dwi eisiau gwneud hynny, a dwi eisiau gwneud yn siŵr bod yna llais Ynys Môn sydd yn y trafodaethau yna, trafodaeth am y sgiliau, trafodaeth am y cadwyn cyflenwi, trafodaeth am yr heriau da i fydd yn bodoli, mwyn wneud yn siŵr pan dda Wilfa ei fod o'n datblygiad sy'n gweddu'r ynys ac yn sicrhau na bobl Ynys Môn fydd yn elwa o'r datblygiad yna.
Llunos Medi, diolch o galon am eich amser chi a llongyfarchiadau. Be fydd i hynna rwan? Wel, bore yma. Mynd i'r gwely?
Dwi eisiau gafal yn dyn yn ymhlant bach i a wneud yn siŵr bod ni gyd yn mynd adra yn ddiogel ac yn falch iawn o'r hyn sydd wedi digwydd yn Ynys Môn heno.
Wel, Llunos Medi, diolch o galon am eich amser. Diolch yn fawr aelod sy'n...
So there's still a number of seats. So Aberafan Maes Teg, Stephen Kinnock holding on there. So again, this is a new seat that's brought in bits of Maes Teg. Very low turnout, 49%. Reform, 21%. But again, Labour's share of the vote going down, Conservatives' share of the vote collapsing, Reform performing well, and Plaid up as well. But if the evening finished now, I think Plaid Cymru will be very happy. Labour will be ecstatic, although slightly concerned by the fall in numbers. So 10 of the 32 seats declared. Wrexham and Ynys Môn in the north, both were Conservative seats. One is now Labour, one is now Plaid Cymru. And in the south, Swansea West, Neath and Swansea East, Bridgend, Vale of Glamorgan, Rhondda and Ogmore. So a lot of those seats, some of those, again, Bridgend was Conservative, Vale of Glamorgan was Conservative. Those have gone over to Labour. So a bad night so far. But as I say, we've got the contested seats that are left. I would imagine Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, Brecon, Radnor and Cwm Tawe, Mid and South Pembrokeshire and Caerfyrddin. But it'll be interesting to see on the basis of how things have gone so far for Plaid Cymru, how they fare in Llanelli. Because there was some mentions of Plaid Cymru making gains there. All right, let's go to Caerphilly.
Etheridge George, Independent, 1,597.
1,597.
Ham Brandon, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 3,529.
3,529.
Hamilton Mike, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 2,087.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 2,087.
Jones Nick, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 6,710.
6,710.
Jones Ruth Lorraine, Welsh Labour, 17,409.
Dafydd Cymru, 17,409.
Taylor Paul, Reform UK, 8,541.
8,541.
Vosper Kerry Ann, the Green Party, 2,078.
Blaidwer, 2,078.
Therefore, I give public notice that Ruth Jones is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Newport West and Islwyn constituency.
Felly rwyf yn rhoi hysbysiad cyhoeddus bod Ruth Jones wedi ei ethol fel aelod seneddol dros etholaeth Gorllewin Casnewydd ac Islwyn.
Ruth Jones felly, yn mynd nôl i San Steffan wedi cynrychioli'r sedd ers 2019, gweinidog yr wrthblaid ar yr amgylchedd. Dyna ni'r canlyniad yn llawn i chi, 17,409 i Ruth Jones. Reform yn ail ar 8,500 a chydig yn fwy na hynny a'r Ceidwadwyr yn drydydd gyda 6,000.
So again, 55% turnout. So another seat Labour have held onto. But again, their share of the votes down slightly. Conservative collapse there, Reform up. It's interesting to see Plaid Cymru seem to be gaining 4% across most seats. So yeah, so you can see in Wales, 40% Labour, 19% Reform, 17% Conservative, 13% Plaid Cymru. So obviously Labour a fair way ahead, but the other three parties are sort of relatively close. But yeah, you've seen the numbers now. SNP down 10, so really not a good night for them, although they've kept Aberdeen South. Redditch has gone to Labour. Leicester South was an independent gain. Let's see, Leicester South. What was the? So it's interesting on Ynys Môn. Plaid 10,590, 32.5%, up 4%. Virginia Crosby, closer than I would imagine some would have imagined. 30%, down 5%. Ieuan, Morn Williams, Labour 7,600, down 7%. Yeah, and Reform not doing as well there as they have done in other parts of Wales. Yeah, so how are things?
Yswyddog canlyniadau i etholaeth Caerfyrddin, yn datgan fod y cyfanswm o bleidleisiau a roddodd i bob amgeisydd fel y ganlyn. I, Helen Jones, returning officer for the Carmarthen constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Beasley, William Dominic, Plaidwerth Cymru, Wales Green Party, 1,371, 1,371. Beckett, Nicholas Paul, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfryddol Cymru, 1,461, 1,461. Cole, Nancy Ellen, Women's Equality Party, 282, 282. Davies Celia Ann, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 15,520, 15,520. Evans David Mark, Workers' Party of Britain, 216, 216. Hart Simon Anthony, Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservatives, 8,825, 8,825. Holton Bernard, Reform UK, 6,944, 6,944. O'Neill Martha Angharad, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru, 10,985, 10,985. Felly, yr wyf yn rhoi hysbyddiad cyhoeddus fod Davies Celia Ann wedi ei ethol fel aelod seneddol dros etholaeth Caerfyrddin.
Y Plaid Cymru felly yn cymryd sedd y Caerfyrddin.
Well, that's quite a remarkable result, really, when you consider that Labour threw the proverbial kitchen sink at Caerfyrddin. I think Martha O'Neill has been a full-time candidate since last October, gaining support from some notable celebrities. But yeah, Plaid Cymru winning quite comfortably.
Acting Returning Officer for the Clwyd North constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast across Clwyd North at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 41,738.
Cyfanswm nifer y papurau pleidleisiau a wrthodwyd oedd 111.
The total number of ballot papers rejected was 111.
Yr wyf yn datgan fod y cyfanswm o bleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn.
I declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
German, Jill, Llafur Cymru, 14,794.
German, Jill, Welsh Labour, 1,685.
Felly, yr wyf yn rhoi hysbysiad cyhoeddus fod Jill German wedi ei hethol fel aelod seneddol dros etholaeth Gogledd Clwyd.
Therefore,
Llafur yn cipio Gogledd Clwyd draw i ganol y des i'r Benfro.
I give notice.
I, William Bramble, Acting Returning Officer for the Mid and South Pembrokeshire constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Yr wyf I, William Bramble, y swyddog canlyniadau gweithredol I etholaeth canol a des i'r Benfro, yn datgan fod y cyfanswm o bleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel a ganlyn.
Anderson, Hannah, Women's Equality Party, 254.
254.
Cameron, Alistair Ronald, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 2,372.
$2,372.
Crabb Stephen, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 14,627.
14,627.
Marchant, Stuart James, Reform UK, 7,828.
7,828.
Purchase, James. Green Party, 1,654.
1,654.
Sushi, Independent, 427.
427.
Thomas, Chris, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 2,962.
2,962.
Tufnell, Henry, Welsh Labour, 16,505.
16,505.
Therefore, I give public notice that Henry Tufnell is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Mid and South Pembrokeshire constituency.
Felly, yr wyf yn rhodiad cyhoeddus fod Henry Tufnell wedi ei ethol fel aelod seneddol dros etholaeth canol a de Sir Benfro.
The total number of votes cast across Mid and South Pembrokeshire.
So Henry Tufnell defeats Stephen Crabb, who was chief whip, was he, for the Conservatives? So another blow for the Conservatives. It was expected to go, but it's clearly turning into a bad night. I'm just looking at some Twitter feeds. Jack Larner, you're probably aware of, a politics lecturer, Cardiff University. Clear trend emerging in Wales. Labour vote down across South Wales, but not facing much competition at all. Plaid up everywhere. Reform likely will finish second in vote share. Tory drop off in line with most pessimistic polls. Yeah, but it does look as though things in Scotland are changing quite dramatically. It looks like the SNP but it does look like Starmer's going to get a huge majority. But what is the appetite for them? So I think Starmer's honeymoon is going to be a very short one. So North Clwyd, Conservatives down 13, Reform up 15, Labour actually down 5%. So, you know, so it's interesting to see Labour. You know, when you look across Wales now, Labour on 39%, Tories at 19%, Reform 19%, with Plaid on 13-14%. As you see with Caerfyrddin, I would imagine there's going to be some pretty devastated people within Labour in Caerfyrddin. Their actual vote went down 1%, Plaid increasing by 3%. So Plaid appear to be increasing their vote around 3-4%. Reform are eating into Conservative share. Yeah, interesting times. Let's see what...
Da, da chi yn gwenu, a da chi'n siŵr o fod yn ddyn balch iawn heno?
Ydw, dwi'n dod yma I ganolfan hamdden Plas Arthur ers rhyw 45 o flynyddoedd, mae'n siŵr, a mae'n deg deud mae dyma un o'r nosweithiau gorau. Dwi'n mor hapus dros Llynnos Medi a'r gwaith mae hi wedi rhoi I mewn yn arwain yr ymgyrch yma yn Ynys Môn a'r tîm rhagorol nath frwydro ymgyrch mor wych, a dwi'n ei llongyfarch nhw'n gynnes iawn heno, ac wrth gwrs yn llongyfarch a'r tîm yng Nghaerfyrddin. Mae hon wirioneddol wedi bod yn noson arbennig, bod ni'n dal wrth gwrs yn aros am nifer o ganlyniadau allweddol eraill.
Ia, a pedair sedd, siŵr o fod, dyna da chi'n ddisgwyl?
Wel, os ydy hi'n bedair sedd, mi fydda hon yr canlyniad gorau erioed I Blaid Cymru o ran yr gyfran o seddi yng Nghymru. Mi oedd y nifer o seddi wrth gwrs yn mynd lawr o 20 I 32, yr newid ffiniau wedi bod yn angharedig, teg deud efo Plaid Cymru, wedi colli 2 sedd os liciwch chi yn hynny o beth. Mae dyblu y nifer o seddi I bedair yn ganlyniad sydd wrth gwrs yn un yn bodloni ni'n fawr, ond dechrau'r daith ydy hyn at yr etholiad i'r Senedd yn 2026.
Ia, dechrau'r daith. Mae yna glod wedi bod o sawl cyfeiriad i'ch perfformiad chi yn bersonol, ond mi ddoth hynny adag Leanne Wood ar platfform ar llwyfan Prydeinig ag I Adam Price hefyd. Sut mae cadw'r momentum yna I fynd rwan a'i droion rhywbeth ar gyfer 2026?
Dwi wedi teimlo yn y blaid dros yr wythnosau diwetha teimlad o gyffro go iawn ynglyn â'r posibiliadau yn yr etholiad yma. Mae'n ymddangos yn bod ni wedi bod yn iawn I fod yn gyffroes. Da ni wedi gweld y gyfran o'r bleidlais yn codi I Blaid Cymru bron bob man dwi wedi gweld, ac mae yna edrych ymlaen go iawn am 2026, ond pan dwi'n defnyddio'r terma dechrau'r daith, dyna dwi'n ei olygu. Da chi'n hollol iawn I ddeud mae'r her rwan ydy cadw y momentum yma, a nid dim ond cadw'r momentum, ond tyfu y momentum. Da ni wedi gweld heno diffyg cyffro sydd yna ynglyn â arweinyddiaeth Keir Starmer. Welson ni hynny yn y canlyniad yma yn Ynys Môn, a dwi'n reit siŵr bod yna diffyg cyffro ynglyn â beth sydd gan y Blaid Lafur yng Nghymru yn y Senedd i'w gynnig. Felly dyna di'r targed amlwg I ni ynde, cynnig dewis amgen I bobl Cymru.
A wastad wrth drafod Plaid Cymru, mae'n rhaid sôn am annibyniaeth, a mae yna drafod wedi bod, oedd yn y manifesto, ar y dudalen yn y rhagair, ond hefyd rio'n gyfeiriad nes mlaen. Ond llai o bwyslais falla yn yr ymgyrch, a'ch tôn chi tuag at annibyniaeth falla yn wahanol I Adam Price ag I Leanne Wood. Hynny yw, dowch ar y daith mae efo fi, pidiwch am meddwl bod ni'n rhithro, da ni ddim yn barod. Ydy hynny wedi talu ar ei ganfed, da chi'n meddwl?
Wel, dwi'n credu mewn siarad efo pobl mor onest a dwi'n gallu gwneud, ac yn y drafodaeth honno ynglyn ag annibyniaeth I Gymru, dwi wedi cyffroi drwy'n oes ynglyn â be gallan ni fod fel gwlad, yr hyn y gallan ni gyflawni o ran yn potensial ni, a dwi'n gobeithio mae beth dwi wedi gallu I wneud, ydy cyfathrebu y cyffro hwnnw efo pobl Cymru mewn ffordd sy'n ei gwahodd nhw I ymuno efo fi, os nad cyffro I ddechrau chwilfrydedd. A dwi'n teimlo bod y neges honno yn cael ei chroesawu gan bobl sydd yn deud na I annibyniaeth heddiw, ond temptiwch fi, profwch I fi bod yna gyflen fan hyn, a dyna'r cyfan da ni'n gofyn amdano fo, achos eto da ni yn sôn am daith yn dydan y tro, mae taith I ni fel cenedl, a mae hi'n un dwi mor falch o allu chwarae'n rhan ynddi hi. Dod â phobl Cymru efo ni mewn etholiad fel hyn, yn etholiad y Senedd 2026 ac yn y darlun ehangach na'r gyfer Cymru fel cenedl.
Right.
So, 19 of the 32 seats been declared. 13 to go. Oh, here's another one.
Jones, returning officer for the Llanelli constituency, declared that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Beer, Gareth David, Reform UK. 11,000, 240 a 7. 11,247. Davis, Rodri Lynn, Plaid Cymru, Party of Wales. 9,511. Evans, Charles David, Welsh Conservative Party candidate. Ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru. 4,275. 4,275. Griffith Nia Rhiannon, Welsh Labour, Llafur Cymru. 20,751. 12,751. Lawrence Karen Ann, Plaid Cymru, Wales Green Party.
Well, it's interesting in Llanelli seeing Reform coming second there with 11,000. Remember, Llanelli was the scene of the Stradey Park Hotel debacle, a very popular hotel in the town of Llanelli that was basically made all the staff redundant in order to convert it into accommodation for asylum seekers, which didn't go down very well in the locality. It drew people from all over, not Wales in particular, but from all over Britain, from sort of the right elements of the right wing. And clearly has made a difference. Labour only winning by 1,500 votes, 31%, Plaid Cymru getting 23% of the vote share there, but Reform getting 28%. So it shows you when you have things happening on the doorstep and people are misinformed, what can happen. This will give Reform great heart, I should imagine. But to see Labour down 8%, Plaid up 2%, Reform obviously eating into the Conservative vote, again, it's not, although on paper, the map looks good for Labour, the general direction of traffic isn't boding that well for them. So you can see the turnout in Wales so far is 55%, 39% Labour, 19% Reform, 18% Conservative, 13%. Plaid Cymru, and across the UK, Reform have now got 3, Greens have got 1. I'm not sure who the third Reform seat was. Yes, interesting comment. I suspect this is the last time Clacton will see Farage in person for quite some time. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform. What's it, Reform have got 4 seats. Diane Abbott has held her seat. Richard Tice has won Boston and Skegness. So you've got Tice, Farage, and Lee Anderson. Carla Denyer has gained Bristol Central from Labour, so Thangham Debonair, who was to be Culture Secretary. He's no longer MP. Swala Braverman has held her seat. So no doubt you'll be expecting to see her making a bid for the leadership of the Conservative Party. And if that's the case, it's going to be bad news for Farage. Gillian Keegan, who was the Education Secretary, has lost her seat to the Lib Dems. Results coming in from Northern Ireland now. So the Alliance have gained Lagan Valley from the DUP. Sinn Féin have held Ulster Mid. Jonathan Gullis has lost his Stoke-on-Trent seat to Labour. Stephen Flynn for SNP has held on to his seat. So Reform have taken Great Yarmouth. So I'm not sure who was Great Yarmouth. I don't know about you, but I think it's 4 o'clock, so 6 hours we've been on air now. I've been waffling for 6 hours. So Great Yarmouth. Let me see now. 2019, 2024. So Rupert Lowe. So Great Yarmouth had 65% Conservative vote last time, down 41%. So basically that vote has gone over to Labour. Tactical voting there, Liberal Democrats and Greens could have stopped Reform. Yeah, so Rupert Lowe. Who was chairman of Southampton Football Club, if I remember properly. So there's four Reform in there. So Cardiff West, Alex Barros Curtis, who seems to have spent most of his this campaign in other constituencies. Mark Tammy holds Allen and Deeside. Caroline Harris Neath. Yeah. So we have 212 Labour, 34 Conservatives, 24 Lib Dems, 4 SNP. So the SNP have lost 16 MPs. Reform, I've got 3. Interesting, if you look at this now, so the results, Reform have got 3 MPs. Others, 8. That includes Plaid Cymru, got 4. So Plaid Cymru actually got I think they're equal now with Reform. I think Reform have got 4 seats. But as you can see there, the prediction, I think one of the biggest stories of the night is the collapse of the SNP. So I think there's going to be a fair bit of soul searching going on in Scotland.
Y gyfidio yma, dim just spike eleni fydd hwnna, achos bydd y ceidwadwyr ddim mewn siart iachus i pacio nôl o fewn 5 mlynedd. A falle bod nhw'n mynd i troi at...
Yeah, so it's interesting. So it's 4:10. It feels like my kidneys are beginning to pack in, having been sat here for 6 hours. So we'll see how many more seats we can get in the next 20 minutes before retiring. But it's a fascinating evening in general. I haven't actually been keeping an eye on the English seats, so I'm not sure how many of the Conservative seats were there. So it looks, just looking at the BBC forecast now based on the results, they're forecasting 405 for Labour, 154 Conservative, 56 Lib Dems, 6 SNP, 4 Reform, 4 Plaid Cymru, and 21 others. So there's a few independents there. George Galloway lost his seat. Paul Waugh, journalist, won 13,000 of the votes, with Galloway getting 11,500. Reform coming third with 6,700. So no surprise that Galloway didn't turn up for the count. So he must have known that the writing was on the wall. An opportunist, if ever there was. All right, let's have a look now. Election 24. Let's take a look at the Scottish results. So Labour are up 18, the SNP are down 19, Lib Dems are up 1. So Labour's vote share is up from 20% at the last election up to just under 40%, an increase of 20%. The SNP 30%, down 15%. The Liberal Democrats have stayed much the same. Conservatives are down 12.9% and Reform are up 6%. So it does look as though the Conservative vote, half has gone to Reform and half has gone to Labour. But clearly a very, very bad night for the SNP. There's still 33 seats to go there, but it's not looking good for the SNP. Right. So in Wales, Labour, 19 seats, 38.5, and like Scotland there, share of the votes is 4.2%. Plaid Cymru, their share is just short of 14%, which is up 4%. Reform, they've got a share of 18.8% of the vote. Conservatives are in fourth place on 18, and the Lib Dems on 4%. The Greens have made a fair bit of growth, 4% up from 3.1. But then the other parties are barely registering on the scale. Right. Penny Mordaunt.
Process. It does mean a lot. It sets a good example from the outset. So diolch yn fawr iawn I chi, a diolch yn fawr iawn i'r ymgeiswyr. A'i mlaen nawr i'r canlyniad. Rwy fi Eifion Evans, y swyddog canlyniadau gweithredol i'r etholaeth Ceredigion Preseli yn datgan bod y cyfanswm y bleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn. I, Eifion Evans, acting returning officer for the Ceredigion Preseli constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tagrid Almawed, Workers' Party, 228, 228. Thomas Iwan Barlow, Green Party, Plaid Werdd, 1,864, 1,864. Jackie Jones, Labour and Cooperative Party, Llafur ar Blaid Gydweithredol, 5,386, 5,386. Ben Morgan Lake, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 21,738, 21,738. Carl Pollard, Reform UK, 5,374, 5,374. Aled Thomas, ymgeisydd Plaid Gydwadol Cymru, Welsh Conservative candidate, 4,763. 4,763. Mark Fraser Williams, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 6,949, 6,949. Cyfanswm yn nifer y pleidleisiau y fwrwyd ar draws Ceredigion Preseli yn etholiad Senedd y Deyrnas Unedig ar Pedwerydd Orffennaf 2024 oedd 46,457. The total number of votes cast across Ceredigion Preseli at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 46,457. Cyfanswm yn nifer y papurau pleidleisio a wrthodwyd oedd 155. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 155. Felly rwyf yn rhoi ysbysiad cyhoeddus fod Ben Morgan Lake wedi ei ethol fel aelod seneddol dros etholaeth Ceredigion Preseli. Therefore, I give public notice that Ben Lake is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Ceredigion Preseli constituency.
Dyna ni, yn ôl I San Steffan a fo felly ag yn aelod seneddol dros yr hen sedd Ceredigion ers 2017. Dyna ni canlyniad. Dewch I ni gael gweld y ganran.
Bore da.
Os allwn ni weld y ganran yn... Dyna ni, 47% I Blaid Cymru. Y Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol yn ail ar 15. Llafur yn drydydd. A Reform yn bedwerydd. Ddwy blaid honno gyda 12% o'r bleidlais a'r Cydwadwyr gyda 10%. Ymlaen â ni wedyn i'r newid ers y tro diwetha. Cynnydd I Blaid Cymru o 16%. Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol I fyny rhyw dwtsh a Llafur I lawr 9%. Reform I fyny 8% ar Cydwadwyr I lawr 19% ar Gogwydd. O'r Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol.
So again, Labour share down, Plaid share up, Reform doing well, Conservatives coming 5th
declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows.
Mae Paul Orders, y swyddog canlyniadau dros dro I etholaeth Dwyrain Caerdydd yn datgan fod y cyfanswm o bleidleisiau a roddwyd I bob ymgeisydd fel y ganlyn.
Berman, Rodney, Welsh Liberal Democrats, 6,736 votes.
Berman Rodri, Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru, 6,736 o bleidleisiau.
Brandon Beatrice, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 3,913 votes.
Brandon Beatrice, ymgeisydd Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 3,913 o bleidleisiau.
Canning Lee, Reform UK, 4,980 votes.
Canning Lee, Reform UK, 4,980 o bleidleisiau.
Coates Sam, Wales Green Party, 3,916 votes.
Coates Sam, Plaid Werdd Cymru, 3,916 o bleidleisiau.
Cadwyn Ellery, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 3,550 votes.
Sgeli Caderin Eleri, Plaid Cymru, 3,550 o bleidleisiau.
Stevens Joe, Welsh Labour, 15,833 votes.
Stevens Joe, Llafur Cymru, 15,833 o bleidleisiau.
Williams, John Aaron, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition.
So Joe Stevens, who will be Secretary of State for Wales, wins in Cardiff East, Dwyrain Caerdydd. So you can see the results are coming in thick and fast. Now, still 314 seats to call. So Labour on 246 up 111, Conservatives 44 down 123, Lib Dems 28 up 24, Reform 4 up 4, SNP 4 down 21. So yeah, it's interesting two tales of the nationalist parties. In Scotland, disaster; in Wales, success. Right, so let's see where the right constituencies. Right, the birds have started to sing outside now. Right, so going through these seats now. So Aberystwyth, Labour hold. Allen Deeside, Labour held. Ashfield, Reform gained there. Birkenhead. So the Birmingham seats haven't been called yet. Blaenau Gwent and Rumney yet to be called. I don't know what's Arfon. Is Arfon now, or has it changed name? It's a shame we can't view seats by nation on the BBC. Bangor, Aberconwy. Bangor, Aberconwy. So Blaenau Gwent and Rhymney, yet to be called. Brecon, Radnor and Cwm Tower. So those are the interesting ones. It's the two mid Wales seats that are left are the ones that are potentially going to be interesting. Yeah, so Cardiff West was interesting. So Alex Barros Curtis, who is one of the, he's a lawyer and worked directly for Keir Starmer in the past and works for the Labour Party. 16,000 with Keira Marshall from Plaid, getting 21% of the vote, up 12%, beating the Conservatives into third Reform, fourth. But again, the Greens doing well there, 7.1%, up 5%. So Neil McAvoy, Propel, the one-man party, 1,000 votes. Yeah, so let's see how the other votes are going. Let's get over to the BBC to see what they're saying. Right, it's almost 4:30. It's
Well, okay, two deposits I think Alapa candidates will save tonight. Remember, in the Scottish election, you get seats on 5% of the vote. So don't dismiss the possibility of an Alapa breakthrough in 2 years' time. Otherwise, we might be back here in 2 years' time, and I may have to remind you about it.
Scotland's voice at Westminster is going to be a little bit diminished now, isn't it? If these results pan out.
The easy stuff is gone. I mean, you know, I obviously I was at Westminster when the SNP had 6 members of Parliament, and that's likely to be roughly the case again. You don't get, you know, handed 2 Prime Minister's questions every week. And therefore, you have to be inventive. You have to be determined. Right. You have to make the weather, as opposed to sitting back and just accepting your place in the system. Whether the 6 or 7 MPs who will survive have the capacity to do that, we'll see. Incidentally, whether Nigel Farage has the capacity to do that, we'll also see, because he'll be in the same position. The House of Commons is a big place. Small groups can be very lonely in that cavern of the House of Commons.
Who do you blame? So you said the SNP's not made the case for independence and they've lost out for that, and they've also lost out because they haven't displayed competence. You were very close to Nicola Sturgeon once upon a time. She, of course, went. Then Hamza Yousaf had to go before that too long, the second First Minister in a matter of months. Who do you blame?
Well, I mean, both Hamza and John Swinney have been handed a poisoned legacy, and the real descent into total chaos. Well, chaos and incompetence dates back 3 or 4 years. The obsession with issues which are both divisive and not central to Scottish opinion, like self-identification. I mean, that took 2 years, consuming the Parliament's time, dividing the country. Now, Hamza Yousaf and John Swinney, the difficulty there, excuse me, is that instead of sweeping the boards, saying let's have a fresh start on the people's priorities, let's reformulate our strategy for independence, they tried a sort of continuity, slightly moving things to one side. And as somebody said in an SNP leadership campaign quite recently, continuity doesn't cut it.
Okay, Alex Salmond, leader of the Alba Party, former First Minister and former leader of the SNP. Thank you very much indeed.
We're going to show you what we think is going to be happening with the BBC forecast, which is a Labour landslide And that's what we're suggesting. Labour on 410 seats. And Keir Starmer would, of course, be Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak would be, and the Conservatives would be on 144. That's the BBC
break.
forecast now.
I will leave you
The
with
Liberal
BBC for now. I
Democrats,
will be back.
it would be a good night for them if this is borne out, 58 seats. And the SNP, just talking to Alex Salmond there, 8 seats at the moment. And what time is it? It is just before 4:30 and the sun is beginning to rise. There it is, just beginning to rise on what is going to be a new dawn for British politics and what is very, very likely to be a whopping Labour majority and a new Prime Minister in Sir Keir Starmer. What will this country look like in 2-3 years' time?
I think it's time for swingometer. Jeremy.
When in
Perfect,
doubt,
let me do
have the
that.
swingometer.
All right. Well, so here we have the needle down the centre, and we said before, if the proportions of the votes stay the same, the percentage swing would be 0, and all the blue seats would stay blue, and the red seats would stay red. These were the results last time, 2019. Now, the fascinating thing here is how Labour has built up an extra 200 seats with a swing that's not much more than 10%. Have a look. So if they were to get a 12.7% swing in every single seat, they'd have a majority of 1. Based on the actual results, their swing is 10.5, and that gives them 96 seats, but they've got double that number. How have they done it? That's the question. We're in the beautiful position now where we've had enough results where we can put the exit poll to one side, and I will just populate the swingometer with actual results now. So remember, the needle now showing the actual swing from actual results, 10.5%. But you immediately see what Labour's done. It's reached beyond 10.5 to 12%, taking Colchester, to 13, taking Buckingham and Telford, to 14%, taking Thurrock and Bassetlaw. It's got a swing of 15% in Nuneaton, classic bellwether constituency, Folkestone and Hythe. So it's gone beyond its average swing in the places where it needs to, and it doesn't even stop there. Let's roll it round a bit further. Let's have a look here. So 16, 17% gives them Gravesham. Gravesham 199 on Labour's target list. Harlow, South Derbyshire, 18%. Amber Valley on 19%. They even took Redditch and North Warwickshire on a 20% swing. And at this point, the swingometer broke. We didn't think we're going to have to go beyond 20%, but somewhere around the back, we've got Lichfield and Tamworth. And let's think, Cannock Chase. Cannock Chase, somewhere, maybe it's even round the corner here, I don't know. 25% swing in Cannock Chase. So this is what they've done. Let's show you a couple of graphs here, which will make it clear. On this side, these are Labour seats here. So Labour seats where they've held their own seats, look at that. Their performance is actually relatively modest. They're down 6% on last time. Conservatives down, but they didn't have a chance. Have a look now at the seats they're taking, Conservative seats. Look at what's happened to the Conservative vote here. And this is the story here. Down 26% in Conservative-held seats, seats that were held by them going into this election. Labour up 4, Lib Dems up 1 on average, and Reform shooting up 17%.
This is fascinating. You can see that Labour's supporting their own seats have gone down. And the swing has only gone up slightly.
19, 20, 21%.
Yeah, it's the Reform.
But this here, this column is the story.
It's the Conservative collapse in those sort of heartland talking.
Jeremy, thank you for that. Jeremy Vine there. We are going to go straight to
home.
Carla Denyer, co-leader of the Green Party, and Bristol, the seat that you have just taken, Bristol Central.
Yes, that's right. And I am feeling over the moon and so grateful for all of the support we've received from voters in Bristol Central and across the country. There's obviously a lot of results still to come in from elsewhere, but I've just been told that we've already surpassed 1 million votes. And
That's quite an impressive performance from the Greens. And according to Sir John Curtis, a lot of that is down to younger voters who've been supporting the Greens. But that victory in Bristol is quite remarkable. when you look at the numbers, the percentage. Thangham Debonair was spectacularly unpopular within Bristol. I've been following politics in Bristol via the Bristol cable, and you can see the swing from Labour to Green, 28%, massive swing. But it shows you in one-off seats what can happen. So 7% of the vote, 1 seat gained. They're likely to hold on to Brighton Pavilion. So they'll have 2 Green MPs likely in Westminster moving forward. What's going on there now? Some kerfuffle. Oh, it's Rishi Sunak is turning up at his count. I assume he's had his sandwiches.
You can vote Green and you'll get Green MPs.
The problem is, however, for you, that you're only likely to get 2, 3 seats maximum, potentially. And getting your voice out there, being heard in the Commons. We're still waiting for Brighton Pavilion, of course, which is the seat that you've had for quite a long time. Is still going to be tricky, isn't it? Despite your increased vote share.
Yeah, the UK does have a very unfair voting system. The first past the post, the only other European country that uses it for general elections is Belarus, hardly a club that we should want to be part of. However, the Greens have been succeeding even under this unfair voting system in local elections, as I said, increasing our number of councillors nearly 5-fold over the last 5 local elections. And so we went into this election with an ambitious but realistic target to quadruple our number of MPs. Now, we stood parliamentary candidates right across the country, 574 across England and Wales, which is more than the Conservative Party even. But being realistic that we are a small, albeit rapidly growing party, we targeted our campaigning resources in the 4 constituencies where we had a good chance of winning. So I am going to be eagerly watching the results come in from those other targets to see how we do. We have had at least a couple of polls predicting a Green win in each of those, but of course the poll that matters is the one that happened yesterday. The voters have spoken. We now just have to wait a few minutes or hours longer to find out exactly what it was they said. But we've certainly seen a huge upswell of support. We've got record-breaking numbers of candidates, record-breaking vote share, and I think this is a direction of travel for the Greens from now on.
All right, well, we know what the voters said in Bristol Central. Congratulations, Caledenia there.
Let's go straight to a declaration of the Chancellor's seat. Jeremy Hunt, Godalming and Ash. He's been the MP for that part of Surrey.
So let's see how Jeremy Hunt...
years. He's fought incredibly hard to stay on, including spending huge amounts of his own money, campaigning very hard locally, almost being absent from the national campaign. He's a 10,000 majority. There have been some changes in the boundaries in that seat, but he went into it with a 10,000 majority. But the Conservatives, for a long time, have been very, very nervous about Jeremy Hunt losing his seat. It's in Hazelmere where the count is, but the constituency is Godalming and Ash, and you can just see the returning officer there, potentially making history, being the first Chancellor to lose his seat. But let's listen in. Oh, his microphone isn't on, so Chris Mason's microphone's on. Chris, looking at all these big Tory names going tonight, you can see Jeremy Hunt looking pretty ashen-faced, and remind viewers that the candidates know the results by this point. They get told quietly in a corner before they go on stage, which is why we watch their body language so closely.
They do, which is, why we find ourselves staring at a screen, trying to read the respective body language.
And here it comes.
Oh, we're interrupting Jeremy Hunt because it's the Prime Minister's declaration. So we'll keep an eye on Jeremy Hunt. We'll bring you that result as soon as we have it. But there's Rishi Sunak on stage. Now, it would be extraordinary, and the first time in history, if he were to lose his seat. It's an incredibly safe seat, Richmond, in a beautiful part of North Yorkshire. doesn't seem likely that that will happen, and yet he must have on his mind parts of the country well beyond his constituency, because as things
Good morning,
stand, he's
everybody.
leaving his Conservatives
Can I get your
to their
attention,
worst
please?
defeat
I,
for
Barry
many
Khan,
decades.
being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Richmond and Northallerton constituency held yesterday, Thursday the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrat, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omalana, commonly known as Nico Omalana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and we address
So the Prime Minister for now, Rishi Sunak, holds his seat in North Yorkshire. Quite clearly, what's happened at the same time is Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, has held his seat too in Surrey, but we're going to give you Rishi Sunak on the stage.
And all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, an extraordinary admission on the stage from Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. He has just told the country, rather than wait for the results to come in, that Labour will form the next government. He says he's called Sir Keir Starmer to concede, to congratulate Labour on winning this general election. So, from the words of the losing Prime Minister leaving his count there, Labour has won this general election. And with Rishi Sunak giving the verdict that it will be Sir Keir Starmer who will contribute tomorrow as only the 7th Labour Prime Minister in history, only the 5th Labour leader to win a general election. So the son of a toolmaker, as he's told us so often in the campaign, MP since 2015, Labour lawyer, now will become the next Prime Minister, according to the man who technically is the Prime Minister. I've never seen anything like it before, a concession and a congratulations.
He will be heading straight to the King at some point tomorrow to tender his resignation.
But yeah, there we have it at 4:45 in the morning. Rishi Sunak saying it's explicitly, that it is over, that he will only be Prime Minister for a matter of a handful of hours as he flies down to London to go and see the King. He's had that conversation with Keir Starmer, and he anticipates, he knows that a Labour government is coming.
But he made the point that he's going to stay on as MP. He's just won his seat.
Indeed. He'd said that a couple of times on the campaign trail, but has said it.
And just picking up now on some results coming through. Right. So, Lucy Fraser, Tory minister, lost his seat to Lib Dems. Johnny Mercer has lost his seat to Labour, having had a very vocal campaign against his Labour counterpart. So 7 cabinets have lost their seats. Suffolk Coast, Therese Coffey, she's lost her seat. Penny Mordaunt has lost Portsmouth North to Labour. Wes Streeting has held his seats by only 1.2%, beating British Palestinian. That potentially could have been a massive story had he lost. Jeremy Corbyn won his until 15%. Richard Tice won Boston Skegness. So 400 of the 650 seats have been declared now. Jeremy Hunt held his seat by 800 votes. So tactical voting didn't work there. Sunak, as we just see now, conceded to Keir Starmer. Right, the sun is starting to rise. It's 10 minutes to 5. So in Wales, 29, I think, of the 32 seats have declared. Labour 37%, Reform 18%, Conservative 17%, Plaid Cymru 16%. So Reform have had a very good night in Wales, as have Plaid Cymru. It's interesting to see those 3 parties now very close to each other in 2nd, 3rd and 4th to Labour. So Labour's performance in Wales has been a mixed bag. They've obviously taken some target seats but failed in Caerfyrddin and in Morn. It'll be interesting to see in the autopsy that follows the election how much of an impact Vaughan Gething had on the doorstep. I think it's fair to say that he hasn't been, it's been more of a hindrance than a help, but we'll wait and see. So it's coming up to 5 o'clock. I've got a dental appointment in 4 hours. So I'm going to bid you all farewell in just under 10 minutes. So again, 214 of the 650 seats to be called. Labour are on 308, Conservatives on 65. It looks like Labour are going to finish well ahead. Suella Braverman, we'll see what she had to say.
I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises. We've acted as if we're entitled to your vote, regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come.
Interesting.
We had our exit poll. We now have some real results. We put the two together. These aren't quite the numbers we started with, but they're close.
So Suella Braverman throwing her party under the proverbial bus.
Anne Baker, the Green Party.
Plaid well.
1,719.
Email 719.
Jackie Charlton, Welsh Liberal Democrats.
Democratiaid Rhyddfrydol Cymru.
1,268.
Email 268.
Robert Griffiths, Communist Party of Britain, 309.
309.
Yaz Iqbal, Workers' Party, 570.
570.
Hannah Elizabeth Jarvis, Welsh Conservative Party, 3,776.
3,776.
Niamh Salkeld, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 3,844.
3,844.
Nick Smith, Welsh Labour,
Llawer Cymru.
16,027.
I'r prwy arweinydd y tir wrth blaid yn i'r cyffredin ers y llynedd dyna oedd ei swydd ddiwethaf o, felly mae o'n gwenyn y cefndir yn mynd yn ôl i Lundan fory. Dyna'r canlyniad i chi ar ganran 54% i lafur. Plaid Cymru ar...
So more of a traditional Labour result there when they were weighing votes. So I think there's only 2 seats left in Wales to declare, the 2 mid-Wales ones. Right. Oh, let me just check now. One result I haven't seen. So Dwyfar Meirioneth, is that the new name? Right, so let me just check. Liz Sowell Roberts. Right, let me see now. Right, Dwyfar Meirioneth. See now. Boundaries 20. No, we are. Right, so the Dwyfar Meirioneth result, Liz Sowell Roberts, 22,054%, Labour second, 5,900, Reform 4,008, Conservatives, Greens, Lib Dems, Heritage. So yeah, so the last 2 seats to be declared. Let's see now. So the turnout in Wales, 55%, and that's with 30 of the 32 seats declared. Right, it's coming to 5 o'clock, so I'm about to retire for the evening. Just like to thank you all, basically, for being with me on this historic night, Labour landslide. Conservatives being wiped out. Oh, hang on.
Paul McDonald, Reform UK, 7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739. Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,420. Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878.
No. Jacob Rees-Mogg, the haunted pencil, is no longer an MP. A great loss to Westminster politics. I think that's the right time to finish for the night. That's 7 hours.
O bosib, moment Portillo y noson.
No,
Dyna
I
ni
think that was the
Jeremy,
Portillo moment.
Jacob Rees-Mogg yn colli ei sef. Dan Norris, mae'r de orllewin Lloegr fydd yr aelod seneddol newydd dros Somerset, North East and
quite a
Hanham.
substantial defeat there.
Gyda llaw,
But again,
Llafur wedi ennill, wedi
some tactical voting there, I think.
dros y trothwy na.
Reform,
Ac wedi
taking away enough of their
ennill yr
votes.
etholiad. Dewch i ni
For them
fynd
to be
at Keir Starmer.
defeated.
Dyma fo ar fi'n gwneud i araith. Rhaid ni glywed hon y gynta a gynta'n gwybod y bydd o'n symud i rif 10.
Right, I will spare you. I'm sure you'll be hearing this in the morning. So, yes, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully you can join us on Sunday at 11 o'clock when we'll be looking back at the results in Wales, picking through the bones. And diolch yn fawr iawn. And as I say, if you want to know more about Talking Wales, visit www.talking.wales. It's been a pleasure having your company for the last 7 hours. Diolch yn fawr iawn.